this morning to CWCB.
Recording in progress.
Recording is in progress if anybody wondered. Okay, so we're going to start off here with our Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody, oh wait. Okay, so the meeting is started and we'll do the pledge. There's a note, we have Director Vasquez and Director Boucher online, so we do have a quorum here. So first thing is the agenda. Anybody have any questions on the agenda as it was sent out?
The appropriate time, but on the 7A, it's a WSRF grant application from Upper Ark. And so I plan to recuse from the vote. I'm glad to answer questions, I guess, if needed, but I'll recuse from that one.
Okay. All right. On that, I will have to recuse myself on 7E, so we will turn things over to Director Cloud and maybe, excuse me, when we get there, we can take them separately then, since we have to do a little bit of shuffling with the directors. All right. Any other notices or changes on the agenda? Meeting minutes from November. It's to the minutes from the November meeting. Motion to approve. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Yeah. And turn this volume down just a little bit. I'm like in my own head here.
Anybody can.
Oh, that's a different voice, huh? Okay. Okay. All right, the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they want to withdraw from the consent agenda or discuss? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as sent? Second, Director Brody, thank you. On our agenda, we have our proposed locations coming up. I don't think anybody has any questions about it. Looks like it'll work. So we'll move on to our director's report. We'll go to Mr. Gibbs. Nate, we'll turn over to you, Nate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yes, Director Gibbs sends his regrets that he cannot be here today. I'm standing in for him today, but I believe he will be here tomorrow. So he's looking forward to seeing folks. With that, I've got updates from across the Department of Natural Resources that my colleagues have helped me pull together. So I will run through. First, obviously, this is one of the busiest years or busiest weeks of the year for the water community with this board meeting and then Water Congress in this hotel later this week. So looking forward to spending a lot of time with you all over the next 5 days. I will start with CWCB board changes. So this is the last board meeting for 3 incredible board members. Director Jessica Brody Director Jackie Brown, and Director Paul Bruchet. Director Gibbs, myself, and the entire DNR extend our sincerest gratitude for their service to the state in these roles. So thank you. I'm sure it won't be the last remarks today, but please give these directors a round of applause for their years of service to the state and this board and Colorado's water community. So I wish each of you the best and personally hope I'm able to work with you all going forward. And the governor's office is working to appoint new directors to these seats, but we don't have any announcements to make just yet. Note that each appointee will need to be confirmed by the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee. There's also some DNR staffing updates, so folks may have seen, but if not, Director Bill Ryan of the State Land Board has moved on, and Nick Massey, who was previously Deputy Director, is serving as Interim Director currently. Under Bill's leadership, the State Land Board saw innovative growth and also held true to its core mission, and we're grateful to Bill's 14 years of service. And we're working with the State Land Board Chair, Deb Frobe, and the rest of the board in the process to select the new director. So stay tuned. There'll be more news on that front. I'll move on to legislative and budget updates here. So I think, as you're all aware, Colorado's 75th General Assembly convened on January 8th, and the legislative session runs for 120 days. I think they've done 20 days so far, so 100 left. This is a very busy time for the DNR, especially our policy teams, our budget teams, and our leadership as we engage in the legislative process to advocate for the department's priorities and serve as a resource to legislators. Across the House and Senate, there are a total of 23 new legislators this year, in addition to a few existing members hopping from one chamber to the other. So while we are getting ready for the session and really in it now, our team is also busy trying to get to know the new members and the priorities, and we've been enjoying getting to know some of the new faces on the committees of reference that we work with closely. 2 weeks, the DNR team presented at the SMART Act hearings, and these are statutory hearings to keep legislators informed on the work of all state departments, but also provide us with an opportunity to highlight recent projects and accomplishments. And so in the water space, we present to the Joint Agriculture Committee, which combines members of the Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee and the House Ag, Water, and Natural Resources Committee. And on January 15th, we covered Parks and Wildlife and all of our divisions, including CWCB, DWR. And then we also have a hearing with the Joint Energy Committee, which combines members from the House Energy and Environment Committee and the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee. And that hearing is where we cover news from the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. This year, the DNR is working to advance several legislative priorities that span across our energy, water, and wildlife portfolios, and really working to advance the department's strategic priorities to advance biodiversity, balance conservation and recreation, facilitate the energy transition, and enhance tribal engagement and strengthen climate resilience. And so we're running a number of bills, some of which are in the water space, but I'll just run through that list very quickly. So first, strengthening wildlife trafficking prevention. Second, providing free state park access for enrolled members of the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Indian tribes. Facilitating reclamation of abandoned mine waste piles. Creating a water supply forecasting and mapping program within the CWCB. Improving and streamlining regulation of carbon management and geothermal development, implementing process improvements within the Division of Water Resources, and then our annual bills that you're all well aware of, the CWCB Projects Bill and the Species Conservation Trust Fund Bill. I will also highlight that as part of the governor's January 2nd budget letter, a legislative placeholder was included regarding sports betting tax deductions for water projects. And so if this proposal moves forward, it would generate additional revenue for Water Plan Implementation Grant Fund, and it would eliminate certain deductions from sports betting after the passage of Proposition JJ on the ballot this past fall. Our legislative director, Daphne Gervais, will be working to advance all of these department-initiated bills over the next few months. So please feel free to direct any questions to Daphne. I'm also happy to answer any questions on that front. And we'll keep you apprised as these all move forward throughout the process. At the federal level, it goes without saying that there are big changes happening. The governor said in his State of the State that I will, quote, "I will work with anyone and everyone when it's good for Colorado, and I will oppose anyone and everyone and do everything in my power to protect Colorado when it hurts our people and state." And that's the approach we're trying to take across the administration. So We'll be working hard to build and maintain strong relationships with federal partners on shared interests, but we won't be afraid to push back when it's warranted. In the short term, the whole department and administration is working feverishly to understand the implications of the slew of executive orders signed by President Trump in his first few days in office, and really just trying to better understand what these mean for the DNR, the CWCB, natural resources, and the people of Colorado. About a week and a half ago, the Bureau of Reclamation made long-awaited awards for environmental drought mitigation projects in the Upper Colorado and Rio Grande. Colorado fared really, really well in this round of awards. Super exciting. By our count, Colorado received $177 million total. And so that's $135 million for Upper Colorado water districts, municipalities, partnerships, $16 million for the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, and just under $25 million for the Upper Rio Grande. And then there's also another $65 million for multi-state projects that have a huge component in Colorado. So really, really great result for Colorado in this most recent round of federal awards. And so as you all know, these are a huge deal. They'll provide more water in our rivers and streams, restore our river systems and wetlands, and provide needed upgrades to water infrastructure. And I'm also really proud to be able to say that, DNR, CWCB, and the state have had a major role in drawing down these funds in addition to all of the amazing project proponents spread across the state. So CPW is a project partner on a number of these that will benefit aquatic ecosystems and species. CWCB has provided technical assistance and matching funds for a number of these projects. And Governor Polis and Director Gibbs wrote letters of support for a wide range of these awards. And I think Lauren will talk a bit more about the specific role CWCB played in some of these projects. Back to executive orders from the Trump administration. We're also aware of potential impacts to these awards from some of the recent orders. We're still working to understand those impacts and are just generally confident that the Trump administration will see the value in these bipartisan projects in Western Colorado and in the San Luis Valley. Also at the federal level, several water-related bills passed through the 118th Congress at the end of last year. Many of which we're really excited to see pass. One, the Water Resources Development Act, two, the Colorado River Salinity Control Fix Act, and the Good Samaritan Remediation of Hard Rock Mines Act, which creates a pilot program to address water quality and improvement at abandoned mining sites. We're also incredibly grateful to Senator Hickenlooper's team, who worked diligently to not only ensure that the Upper Colorado River and San Juan River Basin Endangered Fish Recovery Program Reauthorization Act was passed, but also that it received the full funding amount that we and other stakeholders thought that it needed. So really, really exciting result on a number of bills in the 118th Congress. And with the start of the 119th Congress, we are already thinking hard about our federal legislative priorities and tracking a number of bills. Quick forestry update, the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program's 2024 Landscape Resilience Investment Program is partnering with CWCB's Wildfire Ready Watersheds Program, seeking cross-boundary forest health projects that directly impact critical water infrastructure or high-priority sub-watersheds. COSWAP invited 5 entities working on wildfire-ready action plans to apply for a grant of $900,000 to $1 million. Applications were reviewed and ranked in 2025, and awarded projects will be announced in early February. On the energy front, in December, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission adopted rules to govern carbon sequestration wells. Those rules will form the basis of the state's application for regulatory primacy from the US EPA, and that application is likely to be submitted earlier this year. ECMC's annual high priority habitat rulemaking updates to inform energy permitting for each quadrant of the state released new maps. They do this on a 4-year cycle, such that each region is updated once every 4 years. In 2025, the commission will consider updates to the maps primarily focused on the southwest quadrant of the state, and updates to some statewide habitats, for example, grouse and prairie chicken lek sites, and production areas, raptor nest sites, aquatic habitats, ungulate migration corridors, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service designated critical habitats. Beginning in November 2024, CPW staff began sharing proposed map updates with stakeholders in the Southwest. And in December, ECMC published draft HPH maps provided by CPW that reflect the most current and up-to-date science regarding known wildlife use of the landscape. On December 19th, ECMC and CPW staff hosted a virtual stakeholder meeting for all interested members of the public. And also on the 19th, ECMC opened a written public comment period that closes on February 21st. So stakeholders have until January 17th to request party status, and the rulemaking hearing is scheduled to begin February 26th. And so, as you might have noticed, that request for party status deadline has already passed. And so I do think a number of folks have become party to that hearing. I want to thank CPW staff for their work preparing this annual HPH rulemaking. In particular, I want to recognize the work of wildlife experts at CPW who work tirelessly to gather data and information to update the HPH maps that form the basis for the Commission's work to avoid, minimize, and mitigate the impacts to wildlife from energy development. So thanks. You're all aware, but under a resolution adopted in 2016, Colorado is required to retire 25,000 acres of groundwater irrigated agriculture in the Republican River Basin by 2029. By the end of 2024, we were required to retire 10,000 of those acres. And thanks to a lot of hard work by a lot of people across the state, in December, the Republican River Compact Administration voted to certify that Colorado has met that first 10,000 acre threshold in the Republican. And again, this is a result of an incredible amount of hard work by farmers in the region, the Republican River Water Conservation District and their staff and board, the DNR team, the DWR team, the CWCB team, and the General Assembly, who's contributed significant funding to this effort as well. And this board has considered and granted funding requests for this effort in the past. And just this year, we'll be including another $6 million towards this effort in the CWCB projects bill. And it's the hope that that funding helps us get all the way to the $25,000 acre threshold by 2029. And I'll just note that currently that retirement effort sits at about 17,000 acres total. So well on pace to meet that final threshold. Quickly, a CPW update, although I'm sure Matt Nickel has a lot more on this front, but CPW announced last week, maybe 2 weeks ago now, that it has completed a series of wolf capture and release operations, bringing the total number of wolves in Colorado to 29. At a press conference after the conclusion of operations, CPW Director Davis stated that CPW is committed to working with livestock owners, communities, state agencies, and all partners to reduce the likelihood of wolf livestock conflict, and that our goal is to keep ranchers ranching while at the same time restoring a healthy, sustainable population of gray wolves in Colorado. And I believe, Mr. Chair, with that, my updates are concluded. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nate. Does anybody have any questions? Rich Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Nate, for that update. And I would also agree with you. The Republican has worked very hard, and I'm glad that that's gone well. My question for you, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time or if Director Mitchell will want to address this, system conservation pilot. I heard rumors that it's still on the table for this year. Is that true?
Sakata, yes, the system conservation reauthorization bill has been reintroduced in the new Congress. And so it is moving through the process. I don't know what the prognosis for passage is, but I know our team is tracking it really closely, and certainly the implications of what a late passage would mean for operation of the program this year.
If I could add to that on the system conservation pilot program, if it's reauthorized, there's some questions then as to how we would implement it in the short period of time that's left between now and I think if it's reauthorized, we would be having that discussion. So.
All right. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate it. All right. Well, we're going to CWCB.
The microphones are like super echoey up here. I don't know if there's any way to fix that, but it's kind of hard to hear. I don't know if it's just me. Is it? Yeah, I know. It's not just Nathan's head.
It's not in my head.
Yeah, they're kind of echoey, right?
I couldn't even understand.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know what to do about that, but. Oh, maybe it's just us.
On this side, it's hard to hear.
Okay, I don't know if it helps if if I'm further back.
That sounds better for me.
Does it? Okay. All right. Well, I'll be the guinea pig here. I'll experiment with the microphones close and far. Anyway, I'm sorry for that aside. I'm glad to see all of you here. I know it's going to be a long week. We're all going to be very familiar with the conference center here. So, make yourselves comfortable, buckle up, drink lots of coffee. We're in it together. But as far as board meetings go, I'm really excited for this board meeting. I just feel like we have a lot of good news to share with you all. And to be honest, I sometimes struggle with my director's report because I feel like the meeting is my director's report. So I try and pick things off that won't necessarily have an agenda item that I think would be beneficial for y'all to know about. And in that vein, I did want to pick up on what Nate announced regarding the federal funding awards to Colorado, because we will not have a separate agenda item on this. And I want to make sure that everyone knows what we received over the last month or so from the Bureau of Reclamation. Nate said a little bit about that, and I'm going to try and break it down a little bit further. And I'm happy to provide any of these figures in writing since I don't have slides this morning. But if it seemed like there were just announcements after announcements coming out in January, it's because there really was. There were a number of awards that were announced, and in total, throughout the month of January, Colorado was awarded approximately $424 million for water-related projects from the Bureau of Reclamation. And I'll break that down a little bit further. The $424 million includes what Nate referenced, the B2E or Bucket 2 environment funding, which came out of the Inflation Reduction Act. Colorado received almost $135 million alone for awards in Colorado. And then in addition to that, the Southern Indian Tribe received $16.7 million. So together, these two funding awards totaled 45% of the B2E funds that were awarded to the upper division states. So we're super proud of that and think it's well-deserved, of course. And then in addition, out of the IRA funds, the Upper Rio Grande water conservation projects were awarded over $18 million. So congratulations to the award recipients there. And then out of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Arkansas Valley Conduit received $250 million. So amazing. And then on top of that, there were BIL Water Smart grants made in January to Colorado projects totaling $4.8 million. So it's just an amazing showing. I think we're really proud of that, and especially proud because CWCB really helped leverage that funding through our technical assistance grants. And then the Rio Grande project also benefited from a wildfire ready watershed grant. So in addition to being the largest recipient of the B2E funding awards made, $40.7 million of that resulted from applicants that were developed with the support of the Technical Assistance Grant Program. And that means that for every dollar that the CWCB Technical Assistance Program invested in B2E applications, $61 were awarded back to Colorado. So I guess I just want to take an opportunity to thank the staff at CWCB for working with those grant recipients. It's a process on our end, and then also just to recognize the hard work that went in from the applicant side to put in, and putting together a grant application is really hard work. I think most of you are familiar with that process, but it's not easy. So just a huge round of applause to everybody that's involved in that effort. I think you all make Colorado look good. And then, of course, there's an asterisk now a little bit on that funding. The Trump administration did issue an executive order that puts a 90-day pause on both of those funding sets, both the IRA and the BIL funding. So as Nate said, we're working diligently to try and figure out what that means. And if there's anything we can do to kind of expedite the release of that funding, we'll keep this board updated. But I still think it's really great news, and I have high hopes that we're going to see those dollars come into Colorado. Also wanted to dive a little bit more into some of the legislative items that Nate mentioned as well. We are working on a water measurement and forecasting bill that would put water measurement in CWCB, and that includes airborne snow observation using LiDAR technology to help measure snowpack and then forecast runoff. And in addition, we use that technology to help support our floodplain mapping programs. We are expecting that bill to be introduced this week, and I believe that Anna Moss, who just walked in, was presenting on that bill at State Affairs at Water Congress this morning. So that will be public very soon, and we're excited to see that go through. We also, of course, will have our water projects bill and the Species Conservation Trust Fund bill. They typically kind of move alongside each other. Neither one of those has been introduced yet, although we do have an item on the SCTF projects later in the agenda this morning, so I won't get too much into that, but suffice it to say, I think the board is familiar with the water projects that will be recommended in the bill. And we'll have an agenda item on that as well later in the meeting as well. I also wanted to make sure that the board was aware of a severance tax and water funding task force bill that was approved by the Agriculture and Water Resources Review Committee earlier, or I guess later last year. And this bill would create a task force to conduct a study on severance taxes and water funding, and then require that task force to work with a third party to develop recommendations for ways to continue funding water needs in the face of decreasing severance tax revenue. So DNR is tasked with staffing that work and for hiring the third party contractor. And then the members of that task force would include the executive director of DNR or their appointee, the commissioner of agriculture, the CWCB director, an environmental advocacy organization, an oil and gas industry rep, water conservation district representative, someone from the ag industry, a county commissioner from an affected county affected by oil and gas operations, an elected municipal official. So we will see where that goes. It has its first hearing on Thursday in front of the ag committee. So we'll know more as that progresses. But DNR is supporting that bill and will be testifying in support of that at the hearing this week. Nate mentioned we had our SMART Act hearing a couple weeks ago, and I think that went really well. Dan did the brunt of that in front of the joint ag committees, both the House and the Senate. And we were all there to support, and I think thanks to CPW, we did not have very many questions. There were a couple around the Colorado River and kind of how discussions are progressing there, but the majority, I would say, of the questioning surrounded wolves. So sorry to CPW, but it gave us a chance to sit in the back for a little bit longer. As it relates to airborne snow observation, because we don't have an agenda item, I did want to give a brief update on the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Group, or CASM. There's a fuller update in the director's report, but just wanted to mention that CASM has secured funding for 20 flights for the 2025 season. And the total funding for that is $4.5 million, and that is composed of 33 different funding sources. Included in that 4.5 million is 1.8 million from the CWCB that was approved in last year's projects bill, and also 520,000 from Basin Roundtables. So that is approximately a $1.4 million contribution in local match to make that total. If anybody here would like to learn more about what's going on with CASM, there's a workshop at Water Congress on January 29th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And of course, our staff has been supporting that effort. So thanks to Eric Skye and Andrew Rickert. Eric's in the back. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your help, Eric. Some more programmatic updates in the water supply planning section. The Colorado Water Plan Agency Action 4.2 called for a universal handbook. We've kind of shorthanded this to be the guide. You all have had a number of conversations about that. And this, just as a reminder, was really meant to assist not only board members, but also CWCB stakeholders to provide consistent answers to common questions, and then kind of just make sure that we're all on the same page with what our role and responsibilities are as a board, and then further delineate the responsibilities of the IBCC and the roundtables. So the guide has been developed, and we've taken input around from Basin Roundtables and of course this board as well. That will be officially unveiled, I guess, at this board meeting, and you all will receive copies of that. It's also published on engagecwcb.org. It will be up live following the meeting. And then, of course, we're going to review that annually as we've discussed and promised to do, and make any updates necessary. But I think that will really be helpful in bringing on new board members. And I think just answering some questions that we all get about, like, wait, isn't that CWCB's responsibility? Or why isn't the IBCC doing this or that? So anyway, look for more on that. Additionally, in water supply planning, we will be holding 2 climate workshops in April. And the hope is that these will serve as a touch point for continued partnerships in the state and local partners who work on water and climate adaptation issues in Colorado, especially in and with communities that are disproportionately impacted by climate change. The first workshop is going to be held at CSU Pueblo on April 3rd, and the second one will be held at the Clifton Community Center in the Grand Junction area on April 23rd. So thanks to Emily Adrid for her work on that. And I think I saw her in the back. There she is. Thanks, Emily. Moving on to the in-stream flow section. Every year, the Stream and Lake Protection section holds an annual workshop that provides an opportunity to recommend in-stream flow reaches or natural lakes for inclusion into the in-stream flow program. The entities that make these recommendations will present that recommendation as well as any data that supports that. This year, the workshop will be held virtually on February 5th from 4 to 6. So spread the word on that. And also related to in-stream flow, the staff has initiated the informal rulemaking process to address the rulemaking requirements from last year's bill, Senate Bill 24-197, that allows the owner of stored water to loan water to the CWCB for in-stream flow use in a reach where CWCB does not currently hold an in-stream flow water right. Our staff conducted an informal stakeholder meeting virtually on December 17th, and then we'll conduct a second informal stakeholder meeting in person on January 29th here at Water Congress to discuss the in-stream flow rule revisions. All the rules are posted on the CWCB website. If you can't find them, flag down Rob Behill or anyone from the in-stream flow section staff. And then we plan to bring this item back to the board as soon as next meeting in March to request initiation of the formal rulemaking process. I miss anything, Jen? Okay. A couple of staffing updates. I'm really just thrilled to announce that Kat Weissmiller has formally accepted the position of the Water Supply Planning Section Chief as of last month. Yes. So congratulations to Kat. She was the deputy section chief and did just a ton of work in the background on the water plan update and has worked just tirelessly over the past couple of years on implementing everything that we said we would implement, which I was supposed to send that email to the board on Friday. I totally forgot, but this is in your inbox as of this morning. And we have an agenda item that will cover the progress report of the water plan tomorrow towards the end of the day. So I'm really excited about this and it's just a beautiful product. So thank you, Kat, and all of her staff for putting that together. And I know she's gonna just do an amazing job in that section and has an amazing team to work with. So we're really lucky to have such a deep bench. And then also in staffing updates, Leanne Strand joined the watershed and flood protection section this month as a 9-month temporary employee, and she'll be assisting the floodplain mapping group with procurement and financial processes. I think she's here this morning. Is she? There she is. Yeah. Hi, Leanne. Thanks for coming. And then I just wanted to end also by recognizing our outgoing board members, Jackie, Jessica, and Paul. I feel a special, I guess, affinity for you all because you were here when I was appointed the director. And I think I was trying to remember back, like the major sort of milestones for your cohort. And I feel like you were chair during COVID, Director Brody, which was a brand new, crazy time to try and run board meetings virtually and just kind of figure out how we were going to continue operating as a board and an agency through that crazy process. And then Director Brown, you were chair during some of the demand management discussions, which was also like just a huge lift for this agency. And it feels like impossible that was like just 5 or 6 years ago, but that was like a major issue that this board grappled with. And then everything related to the Colorado River that Director Boucher has been just on the cutting edge of all of the efficiency work that he's been doing and contributions to this board. So like really sad to see you guys go, but I know that's part of this process to kind of reinfuse the board and conversations with new members and new water leaders in the community. But I just wanted to really deeply thank you all for the contributions that you've made to help make this board just a smoother, more collaborative, I think thoughtful body. And I just really appreciate your public service. This doesn't pay. If you didn't know that, these positions are volunteer. And I just think you guys have done us all such a great service. And I just really want to thank you, all of you. So thank you. And I think that's all I have.
Right. Thank you, Lauren. We'll go to the IBCC. I see we have Director Mitchell ready to go.
Hi, thank you all. Just a few brief updates. The next IBCC meeting is in Denver on February 26th, and that meeting's going to be held at the Doubletree in Westminster. And for those of you who are coming in the night before, we will be offering a welcome reception for the IBCC members who arrive or have to come in the night before. But as for the meat of the meeting, the agenda is going to be focusing on reviewing the work that's happened over the last year, and then giving the IBCC some additional time to dig into the Drought Resilience Action Plan. We're going to have a facilitated discussion that's highly collaborative to really focus on gathering input and discuss the processes for the completion of that report. The C9 Summit helped generate some really good ideas so that the IBCC can get right down to business at the February meeting. As a reminder, though, the Drought Resilience Action Plan is a document that we're working on to develop the low regret strategies for the next decade through coordination with the roundtables and eventually this board. That's been an evolving conversation with the IBCC that emerged from meetings in 2024. And then focusing on as we move the Drought Resilient Action Plan forward, I'd like to be able to bring some of that draft language to you so that we can get CWCB board input and feedback during the process. And when there's some consensus between the board and the IBCC and the roundtables, we definitely believe that Colorado is stronger and we can work together to become more resilient. Many of the members of the IBCC are also interested in statewide water issues. So the meeting is going to contain some timely updates on Colorado River issues, the ongoing legislative session, and then current basin issues across the state. We're planning to debrief on the 2024 C9 Summit. The plan is to revisit what made that event a success, and then start a discussion of how to improve on it for 2025. At our next meeting, we're also going to be, like this board, welcoming some new IBCC members, and we're excited to see them bring some new energy to the renewed momentum that was generated in 2024. That is all I have, but I also have to acknowledge not necessarily the B team, but the Boucher, Brody, Brown team, who's definitely the A team, and express my appreciation for them. They were all a huge part of my time when I was director of CWCB. So I just want to thank them for that and for their service. So that is all I have. And we'll be seeing a bit more of you all today.
Are there any questions for? I didn't ask about any questions for you, Lauren.
You don't have
Okay. Stands for itself. Okay. All right. All right. We'll go on to Department of Ag. Scotta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Mitchell, you stole my thunder. I had the B team on my notes as well. Doggone it. Well, really, thank you so much. It's just, I can't tell you how much I've learned from all of you guys. It's been such a pleasure to be served with you, and just look forward to continuing to interact with you. I always look at this as this was the beginning of a relationship which we continue to build. So I really look forward to it. So thanks to the B team. I really appreciate it. Well, Happy New Year to everybody. I was told that you can keep saying Happy New Year till Valentine's Day. So I'm going to keep doing it. It's a Happy New Year. We want to wish everybody the best for this coming new year. Greenberg sends her regrets that she wasn't able to attend today. She's got a busy day, including celebrating an exciting announcement that's probably going to happen around noon with the UK. And then also she'll be visiting with 4-H Leadership Development Group at the Capitol. But she will be here on and off at Water Congress and looks forward to seeing many of you there. As was mentioned by previous people with regards to the budget, a lot of moving pieces there. CDA is really looking forward to doing its part to help balance the state's budget while protecting our team and the programs that producers and businesses across the state rely on. We're working with the legislature to make budget cuts that meet these dual goals, and currently really focusing on that these cuts will not remove any programs and to keep our staff in place. With regards to highly pathogenic avian influenza, Colorado remains in a great place with regards to our response to high path AI. As you recall, under our leadership of State Vet Dr. Maggie Baldwin, we took early action this past summer to institute mandatory bulk testing. I think we were the first state in the nation to do that. It really helped us track the incidence of it. Back in August, 75% or 64 premises of Colorado's commercial dairies were infected. But really, due to that early action, we are now 100% quarantine free. You probably hear in the news a lot about eggs right now. You may see egg prices continuing to fluctuate and egg availability being actually hit or miss. This is due to the number of coinciding factors. High path AI has taken 130 million egg-laying hens over the course of this 3-year outbreak so far. In Colorado in July alone, it took 3.3 million birds. Those poultry facilities need time to repopulate their flocks. As many of you know, California had a major outbreak in November and December in both their dairy and poultry sectors, meaning a source of the country's supply is also in phase of building back their flocks as well. There is a human health risk, so that's why it's important that we keep on top of this, to really reduce that infection rates to hopefully prevent any more mutations. In addition, peak seasonal demands for eggs over the holidays coincided with these low inventories, putting more pressure on existing supplies. CDA continues to grow on our new non-lethal conflict mitigation program. We're fully staffed up and have been since the fall with 3 full-time people working alongside Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We'd like to introduce the new division director for the Conservation Services, who Les Owens was in that role, and we're really excited to welcome Evan Cabanis. She's actually lives in Bayfield, where her husband have a ranch there, and she comes from us from the National Young Farmers Coalition. She has a rich history of involvement in policy engagement, and we are thrilled to have her join our team. On the agricultural stewardship tax credit, which was as a result of a bill passed last year, 1249. Kristen Boyson, the manager of the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resiliency Office, is leading up this effort. It will run from 2026 to 2030. It's practice-based. Those funds can't be applied if a farmer or rancher is getting funds from another program for that practice, but it's based on a per acre value. We'll actually have a session, I think the Friday morning general session at Water Congress will be talking about this. So anybody interested in that, we really are doing a lot of outreach now. We're in the outreach phase. Really want to thank the roundtables that invited CDA staff to present on this, and thank Water Congress for opening it up to have us talk about it as well. So we'll be having a rulemaking this spring to really identify those practices, what those practices are, and then targeting implementation for next year. Water Quality Advisory Committee back in, this is actually how I kind of got my start in the water arena back, and it's showing my age, right? 1990, sorry. 1990, Senate Bill 126 was passed. That formed the Agricultural Groundwater Protection Program. Farmers and ranchers were saying, you know what, we really need to do more testing. So that bill actually taxed commercial fertilizer and pesticide labels in order to fund this water quality program. Over the years, it's grown. I think in 2000, it was totally focused on groundwater, and main focus was on agricultural chemicals and nutrients. But in 2019, a bill expanded that program for all waters across the state. So we're really proud of what that program is done. In that statute, it requires that there be a advisory committee formed by individuals, including, I think, stormwater, general public, and of course, producers from around the state. So that meeting will be held at the Department of Ag on February 13th of next month. I lead the charge on the agricultural and behavioral health work group at the department. Really excited by this effort. We had our first meeting in December. We had over 50 people online virtually listening to this. So it really shows that there's a lot of interest in this. And I really feel like it's because of the need. I mean, there's a real need in rural Colorado to really strengthen our agricultural behavioral health. So the committee will actually be meeting once a month. We encourage anybody to listen online. And if anybody has any input that they think that can help us provide better services across the state, please don't hesitate to reach out and contact me. Tomorrow. Some other upcoming events. Colorado Farm Show starts tomorrow, goes for 3 days. Thanks to the board members that will be taking a trip there, hopefully tomorrow afternoon. Four States Irrigation Council is also meeting this week in Westminster. Southern Rocky Mountain Ag Conference in Monte Vista is next week. Colorado Conservation Tillage Association High Plains No-Till Conference is February 4th and through 5th in Burlington. Colorado Ag Forum put on by the Colorado Ag Leadership Program is Thursday, February 20th in Westminster. So a lot of things going on. Well, National Association of State Departments of Ag, NASDA, its winter policy meeting will be February 24th and 26th. And the St. Vrain and Left Hand Water Conservancy District has their water seminar February 27th in Longmont. And then the Arkansas River Basin Water Forum will be March 5th and 6th in Pueblo. One upcoming event that I really am excited to be able to highlight is the Ag Hall of Fame dinner, which will be February 20th, 2024. They'll be inducting 4 members, new members into the Ag Hall of Fame, Mr. Wayne Schmeickel, Terry Frankhauser, who passed away unfortunately last year. He was really a leader in the water world, really understood that how important it was for agriculture to be talking about water. A former Ag Commissioner, Don Brown from Yuma, and then Dr. Mike Portolo from Rocky Ford. Those will be the 4 inductees, and really want to thank them for all their efforts and all the inputs that they have had in agriculture. So, and that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Rick.
How do you identify now that you're sitting at this table? Do we call you director, commissioner, Kate, Robert? What'll it be?
Director Felt, you can call me anything, just call me.
Okay. Well, Robert, first of all, I would just want to mention on your behavioral health work that I feel like whenever I mention your name these days, that the response I get tends to be about behavioral health.
Oh, wow.
Not yours specifically, but your work in this regard. So it's really interesting, right? As water policy advisor that, which people appreciate, but where I'm really hearing a lot of commentary positive about you is the behavioral health stuff. It's just underscores how important it is.
Thanks, Commissioner Feld. It really, really is. It's, you know, the Department of Ag in conjunction with some other ag organizations put together a film called Legacy that had individuals from Colorado that had gone through that and really told their story. And we hit the road and took that film across Colorado. I can't remember. I think we might have had 8 meetings across the state. And I was able to attend, I think, about half of them. And it was really touching at those meetings when individuals came up and expressed their story and the hardship that they went through. And so the need that's out there. I just feel so honored and blessed to be able to lead this effort. I think the timing is right. People understand that there's a need and we all play an important role. I mean, it's, you know, I'm learning so much. I'm not trained in behavioral health and I'm learning so much that the word suicide is very hard to say. And yet we need to understand that we do need to address it and it's okay to say suicide. That, you know, it's just like maintaining my tractor. Occasionally I have to blow out the radiator. I don't know how to fix a flat tire on my tractor. I can't do it alone. I have to ask somebody else to do it. So those maintenance things, it's no different than behavioral health. All of us need to be taking care of ourselves if we expect to be continually working on in the future. So thanks for those kind words.
Thank you. I just want to echo and applaud your leadership in this space. I remember when you were a director on this board and you shared, you know, some of the struggles that you were going through and that other members of your community were challenged by, and it really touched me. And I think the more we normalize conversations about mental health and make it okay for people to acknowledge the struggles they face, that is a huge service. We lost a member of the Denver Water Community, a veteran, to suicide. And there are a lot of people who are struggling silently in our community, wherever you live in this state or in this country. And I just want to personally thank you for your efforts. And yeah, I think it's a great part of a legacy that you can help create at the Department of Ag.
It's that I still remember that day that our board meeting. It still surprises me that that happened. I didn't expect that that was going to happen, and yet I feel so benefit that it did. That all of you were there for me, and it's to this day it's still embarrassing that it's out there in the cloud and everybody can watch me. But also, I hope, like you said, I hope that that's a sign and indication that all of us need to do that and can do it, and how valuable it is.
I would encourage you not to feel embarrassed. I think it's courage. It's courage to show that type of vulnerability and create space for others to do so.
I'd just like to echo that. It's an incredibly important part of not just our agricultural community, but our entire community. And maybe we can follow up on this later, but since I can use the microphone, we just had a suicide in our community, and there's a movement that a psychologist is referring to the just 8 minutes. And I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's normalizing the ask for 8 minutes. And so if I say to Lorelei, I need 8 minutes on the phone, you know that I need to talk about something. And it's that we can say that and kind of get through the, ooh, I don't know if I can do this right now. And if we can normalize it by using those words, it's a philosophy that, you know, might help. And I think now that we're talking about it more, we're realizing how much more it impacts our kids and our parents and our own generation. And just kudos to everybody that is working in that space, and thank you.
Thanks, Director, for sharing that. And that's exactly the kind of information we want to look for and find, is those things. Just, I wrote it down, just 8 minutes. I just went through QPR training, question, persuade, and refer. Where again, knowing to question what's going on, you know, to persuade them not to take action, to take their own lives, and then refer them to help, because we're not experts, you know, in that, and knowing what resources are there. And there's another program out there that I want to get involved with, is Comet. So I think there's a lot of things in the communities that people are doing. We need to get that word out there and make them available. And in the Rocky Ford area, there's a great program called the Coffee Shop Program. So this every Thursday morning, they have a coffee and donuts for people to just meet. So it's not necessarily to talk about behavioral health, but it's just meeting together, and then provides people the opportunity. So thank you for sharing that. And that's exactly what we want to hear. So thanks.
Appreciate it, Ro. Okay, we'll go to the state engineer, Jason.
Thank you, Chair Combs. Is that the? So I also want to thank Directors Brody, Boucher, and Brown for your service on the board. I didn't get the chances. I've only been officially on the board for about 10 months to serve with you for very long, but I appreciate the passion that you have for water and the time that you've given to this board, because I know it's very important. So thank you for your service. Term, you know, Director Rist said that, you know, sometimes it's hard to decide what to talk about on this. I feel like the term, I was thinking about last night is there's an embarrassment of riches in terms of things to talk about. So it's really hard to focus on ones, but I'm going to try to focus on some things that people will, think are important and would like some updates on. To start out, I just briefly go over some of the outreach activities that my staff and I are doing in the next few months or have done. So obviously Water Congress is this week. If you're attending Water Congress, which I hope that you are, the division engineers and state engineers are doing it around the state like we usually do on the workshop day on Wednesday morning, 2.5 hours. We have 3 different panels on 3 different topics that are of interest. We have compacts that are not the Colorado, since the Colorado gets talked about a lot. And I'm on a panel on the Colorado River later in the week on projects and their impact, bigger projects and their impact to water administration and measurement rules. So please come and hear a little bit more from my staff around the state on what's going on. I also attended the Rio Grande Water Conservation Board meeting last week to talk a lot about sustainability of Subdistrict 1, which is my last topic here. I'm going to share some of those slides with you today because it's an important issue that I think, the board would benefit learning a little bit about. The Southern Rocky Mountain Ag Conference I will be at next week, doing a discussion about sustainability as well with our division engineer, Craig Cotton. The 4 States Irrigation Council meeting on Thursday, I'll be doing State of the State with the other 3 states, Nebraska, Kansas, and Wyoming. And then the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association, Robert Sakata invited me to come speak to them between now and the next meeting. So a lot of opportunities to talk about what DWR is doing and answer people's questions, which there are a lot of questions on what's going on around the state, I think. So we have a DWR efficiency bill that has been introduced, House Bill 25-1014. I wanted to just go through a little bit of what that bill entails to explain to you all. It's actually going to be in front of the House Ag Committee today. But essentially, this is intended to streamline some processes, save time and effort by staff and money that the public has to spend. The first part of this bill is currently under the current statute, we have to send a certified letter to expire non-exempt and large capacity well permits. Non-exempt are permits outside of the designated basins or greater than 15 gallons a minute. Large capacity wells are permits inside the designated basins the Groundwater Commission deals with. We send a certified mail to the well owners. Many times we don't hear back. They don't respond. It's a time-consuming, relatively expensive process. So the proposal in this bill is that we extend the time frame that you have to construct your well from 1 year to 2 years. And then at the end of those 2 years, the well permit is expired automatically, so we don't have to send that certified letter. And then it also includes a provision that somebody that maybe didn't get notice and didn't intend, or they did construct the well, but they just didn't submit the appropriate documentation, can re-up that well permit for a small fee. So that's one part of the bill that will help streamline processes. And then the second part is removing the final permit requirement for all bedrock aquifer wells. Right now, you have to submit this final permit documentation and paperwork for bedrock wells outside of the Denver Basin. A bill in 2013 removed that requirement for Denver Basin wells. And so we're just essentially moving to have that apply for all bedrock aquifer wells to save people time. And then the last component of the bill is to split the decennial abandonment list into 2 parts. So those of you that know, the state engineer's office by statute has to go through a decennial abandonment list every 10 years, where we go through and look at water rights that haven't been used for 10 years or more. That is a huge time-consuming process for our staff, and then it becomes a time-consuming process for the Attorney General's staff when we file those abandonment lists, and there's a bunch of protest cases. So we end up with hundreds of additional cases. Those cases have to be dealt with on top of the existing workload that both our staff and the AG's office already have. So this bill, it was discussed with the Supreme Court Water Court Committee, and they agreed that this was a good idea, but would split that process. So in 2030, which is the next abandonment process, right now it would be all 7 divisions would occur in 2030. This bill, if it passes, would mean that only divisions 1, 2, and 3, so the non-West Slope divisions, would have their abandonment list and process start 2030. The 4, 5, 6, and 7 would be in 2035. So it doesn't change anything else about the abandonment statutes. So after that initial change, that would go back to every 10-year period so that we kind of spread that out. And we find that, about now is when we're getting through all the protests to the 2020 abandonment list. So it's good timing, because then the next section or the next 4 divisions would be starting as we finish up the protests from the past one. So are there any questions about that bill and before I move on?
If I might, so then on the 4, 5, 6, and 7, will they still be assessed on a 10-year, or will they have a 15-year assessment for abandonment?
So the abandonment process is an interesting thing. So the legal standard for the presumed intent to abandon is 10 years of non-use. This does not change that. So in 2035 for divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7, we would be using our database to look at water rights that haven't been used in the past 10 years. So it doesn't mean that they get an extra 5 years of time. Questions about our bill. I'm going to move on to Republican River, and I'm going to skip over this and only say that Nate already mentioned it. The compact administration, which is made up of myself, the state engineer of Kansas, and the state engineer, Department of Natural Resources director in Nebraska, signed a resolution on December 16th of last year, confirming that Colorado met our goals for dry up that were required by the end of 2024. So that's a huge deal. As I think Nate mentioned, the Republican River Water Conservation District was a big part of using some of the ARPA funds to accomplish that retirement. They're actually at about 17,000 acres of retirement right now. And so we have another 8 to go to get to 25,000 in the next 4 years. So, and I think, in the projects bill, there is $6 million. It's an attempt to help them get to that 25,000, which I really appreciate, because it's an important goal for us to reach so that we aren't curtailing. So DWR doesn't have to curtail wells in the Republican. South Platte update. So I want to just mention, I think that that Scott will be speaking about this as well. So I welcome his comments maybe during this time, but there's been some happenings on the Perkins Canal front in the last week. I want to make sure that the people online, people here in the room understand that some of the things that have happened in the last week are things that we just found out about. So while we've been having discussions about how to approach this, most of our discussions with Nebraska have revolved around asking them, we want to know what your goals are for this project. I mean, if you're trying to accomplish something with this project, we want to know what those goals are, because it affects the Platte River implementation program. We also want to know what your plans are for building this canal. And we haven't gotten a lot of details from them in our discussions, and therefore we haven't met in quite a while. Last week, Nebraska actually sent letters to a couple of property owners in Sedgwick County, offering to purchase their property and threatening condemnation if they don't respond by April 17th of this coming year. So there's a lot of uncertainty on what a condemnation process might look like in another state that I'll let maybe Scott address, but it could be long and costly. It could, we are ready to defend our water users in Colorado. And I think that's one message I want to make sure people understand, is that we are engaged, that we are ready to defend our water users. We haven't learned about this until last week when they sent these letters to these property owners. It's something that we thought maybe we would get a heads up on, but we did not. The second part of something, that's been happening regarding the Perkins County Canal is we found out that Nebraska has met with the Army Corps of Engineers to talk about permitting processes. The permitting processes that Corps has let them know apply to this project are they have to get a full 404 permit and they have to get a full EIS. So an individual 404 permit and a full environmental impact statement would be required for this project. I think Nebraska was attempting to try to make it so that those processes didn't apply. Those processes, as those of you in the water community know that have worked on projects, are not fast. They are difficult and expensive. And so our main talking points that we've been, explaining to the community is that, Nebraska has a long and costly process to make this project a reality. That remains the case. There is also some continued legislative questions about how committed Nebraska is to completing these projects. The project, there's a bill introduced in their first session this year that would remove $500 million from the 600 and change that they have dedicated to the project. 250 would go to their water sustainability fund, 250 to their general fund. I won't pretend to understand the Nebraska legislature and how likely it is that that will pass, but I guess from our perspective, it does indicate that there's some question on the dedication that Nebraska has in their legislature to completing the project. It also changes some language in the current statute for the Perkins County Canal in Nebraska from shall be developed to may be developed. So we'll be paying attention to what's going on in their legislature surrounding this too, that would affect the project. Lastly, as some of maybe Ms. Director Wind knows, that we've received questions from Nebraska on our administration of the compact during the irrigation season. And we have responded to those questions. We looked at all of the augmentation plans. Essentially, they were questioning our replacement for wells that are pumping during the irrigation season. And we, did enough investigation to confirm that we are over replacing on a monthly basis. And so we are complying, with the compact. But I guess just so if you're hearing in the community that there's, Nebraska is raising some issues and things, it is true. We are handling them and attempting to take care of them as they come up. So I don't know if Scott, if you have anything you want to add or save it for your report.
Thanks, Director Ullman. Scott Steinbrecher from the Attorney General's office. I was planning to address this during the AG's report, but it seems appropriate to talk about it now and maybe emphasize a few of the points that Director Ullman mentioned. First, I want to reiterate that this is a project that the Department of Law and the Attorney General are very engaged on, and in the absence of information, the Attorney General himself has met with Nebraska's Attorney General multiple times to convey our position about the project, which is primarily that there would be very little benefit to Nebraska if they pursue it, and we are ready to defend Colorado's rights if they move forward. That seems like it is becoming all but certain if they move forward with these threats to condemn lands in Colorado. So we will be paying very close attention and are ready to take action whenever necessary.
Spot. So if there are there any questions regarding that topic? Moving on to West Slope measurement rules. This will be a fast one. So we have filed the measurement rules in Division 7 after doing a fairly long stakeholder process. They were filed December 5th of last year. So parties have until the end of February to file a protest. We have not received any, or the court has not received any yet. It's an interesting process that has to go, through this. It's kind of a blend between the APA process, and then it has to also be filed with the water court. So we are moving on to Division 4. So our Division 4 staff are working on looking at the draft of the Division 4, what would be the Division 4 measurement rules in preparation to do stakeholder processes later this spring. Maybe I'll skip the Rio Grande Supreme Court case other than to say that I will be attending mediation, the second mediation under the new special master in late February in Pittsburgh. So now moving on to the more substantive, well, I guess it's all substantive, but specific topic I wanted to talk about, partly because I just did this presentation to the Rio Grande board. So the Rio Grande, the San Luis Valley is an interesting case where it's the only basin in the state that has a legislatively mandated aquifer sustainability. So the history of that sustainability requirement starts in 69. So in this 1969, when the Water Rights Determination and Administration Act was passed, it gave the state engineer authority to administer wells. And in 72, the state engineer issued a moratorium on new well permits for the confined aquifer, all of them, and then the unconfined aquifer outside of the closed basin. So the area north of the Rio Grande, a significant portion of that area, and the area where there's more wells actually than in the rest of the valley is referred to as the closed basin. That is subdistrict 1. So in 1981, that moratorium was extended by the state engineer to unconfined aquifers inside the closed basin. So effectively, that ended new groundwater appropriations in the Rio Grande without replacements or without some way to replace those things, the depletions. In 1998, the legislature passed House Bill 98-1011, and that was when we started the development of the Rio Grande Decision Support System model, which the DWR and the CWCB staff work with as a part of the Colorado Decision Support Systems. It is very important in the valley because it's what determines stream depletions in the streams from well pumping. So if you have a well, the annual replacement plans, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, the depletions that you must replace are determined by these equations that are essentially developed using the Rio Grande Decision Support System. In 2004, Senate Bill 4-222 mandated both confined and unconfined aquifer sustainability. So not just a moratorium on new well permits, but it required that these aquifers, the state engineer must administer the aquifers and depletions or diversions from them in a way that they stay sustainable. So as part of that, in 2004, we filed confined aquifer new use rules, and in 2015, we filed groundwater withdrawal rules. Those span of timeframes is because that's the span between when they were filed and when they got signed by the court. Similar to the measurement rules in Division 7 and the West Slope, they have to go through a court process. This is the statutory language that resulted from that Senate Bill 04. In regulating aquifer or system of aquifers in Division 3, the state engineer shall apply the following principles. Use of the confined and unconfined aquifer shall be regulated so as to maintain a sustainable water supply in each aquifer system with due regard for the daily, seasonal, and long-term demand for underground water. And so there's further language that actually describes the confined aquifer sustainability is defined by pressures that were present from 1978 to 2000, but it did not define the actual metric for sustainability in the unconfined aquifer. That Senate bill, this is a map on the right of the subdistricts. So the result of that Senate bill was that injurious depletions to the senior water rights must be replaced. It encouraged using groundwater management subdistrict as a local solution, and those groundwater management subdistricts can develop and pass their own plans of water management with groundwater management plans, and those groundwater management plans must be approved by the state engineer. And so after the passage of that bill, actually prior to the passage of the 2015 rules, but after the passage of the 04 bill, the Valley began creating these subdistricts. So the Rio Grande Water Conservation District created these subdistricts that you see here. The big red one in the middle is Subdistrict 1, which we're going to talk about going forward here. What those rules that we then went forward with in 2015 that were signed in 2019, the primary three things that it did was it defined how the depletions would be determined from well pumping. It set up how subdistricts and OG plans would operate, and it set up how sustainability would be measured. So the subject number 1 amended plan of water management said this. So in this section 3.4 of that plan of water management that was done by the subdistrict, the groundwater management plan approved by the state engineer said that they'll achieve an unconfined aquifer level between 200 to 400,000 acre feet below the level present on January 1 of 1976. So it was originally accepted on December 19th of 2011. There've been some amendments to it, and there's a 4th amendment right now that's going through, which is why we're talking about this. But they had a 20-year period to achieve that, which means the deadline is December 19th of 2031. So what is the issue here? These red lines on this aquifer level graph in subdistrict 1 show from 1976 to 2025. You see that those 2 red lines, so the blue line is the actual aquifer level, the red dashed line is the 5-year rolling average, which is the actual measure or metric that's used. Those 2 red lines are the -200 to -400,000 level. So you can see that currently in 2025, we are significantly below that level since about the early 2000s, 2002, that drought. It has consistently, there's been a few periods where we've gained some, but it's consistently dropped. So they're not close to meeting that metric, despite the fact, and you say, well, is it all hydrology? Some of it is, some of it's hydrology. But if you look at the graph of water supply in the last 3 years, the black is unfortunately this year. And I think at the last meeting, I made this comment of how the black line was above the last 3 state engineers. I'm not going to talk about that anymore because I think I'm now the lowest of the last 3 state engineers. So we'll forget that I mentioned that. But the black line doesn't look great. But if you see 2023 and 2024 where they peaked above the green median line, they peaked above the green median line, but it didn't result in significant gains in the aquifer, right? So you would expect that having greater than average years would hopefully cause a bump in the aquifer level. It did not have that effect. Now, huge years, have had some effect. If we talk about 2019, 2018 had a huge negative effect as a really bad year. But so it's not simply just hydrology. We can't rely on hydrology to fix the problem. So the management plan currently, as it states, to get to that minimum level of -400,000 acre feet from 2012 to present, the last 13 years, the net aquifer level dropped by 420,000 acre feet. The recovery necessary to get to that sustainability goal that I technically am required to make sure happens, that would require a gain, if you figure that it has to be on the 5-year average, of 1.2 million acre feet in the next 7 years. That's 175,000 acre feet per year for the next 7 years. I'm not a pessimist, but I'm not sure that we're going to achieve that, which is why the sub-district I took out the 4th amended plan because that plan is set for trial in early 2026. But that is why the sub-district has passed the 4th amended plan. State Engineer Ryan, prior to my predecessor, signed their plan, approved their 4th amended plan. I agree. I believe it's a good solution. It actually requires 1-for-1 replacement. So pumping of groundwater, if you're going to pump groundwater, you must have surface water credits to replace that. And the attempt is that, if you're replacing all of that you're pumping, we should see an increase, and it actually changes the metric. That 400 to 200 is still in there, but the metric on a yearly level is it going up? If it's going up, then they're meeting that requirement to be gaining towards that sustainability. And then it allows them, if they get to that minus 400,000 acre feet, they can back off a little bit of the 1-for-1 and potentially allow some additional pumping. So this is a hot topic in the valley. It's a hugely important for all of the ag users in the valley, as Director Combs for sure knows. And it's something that's going to be happening in the next year. There's a couple of court cases, one that may be settled, or there's some things that are happening on it in May. And then the groundwater management plan itself that the state engineer Ryan signed is going to trial next year in 2026. So I apologize, I took up a significant portion of time, but wanted to explain this very important issue a little more detail. So that is the end of my report, Director.
Thank you. Any questions? I would just say, your job looks real easy.
Thanks.
Just joking. We appreciate what you're doing and the work you're doing there. Okay, we'll go on to the Division of Parks and Wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Nickel, I am the Assistant Director for Aquatic Wildlife Branch, and Director Davis sends his regrets. I too, on behalf of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, want to thank the 3 outgoing directors. I didn't have the privilege of working with them very much, but knowing how hard our commission and our commissioners work and the amount of hours they put in and the amount of email and volumes that they hear from constituents and all the work that they put in with a very similar compensation plan. Thank you on behalf of CPW. So our update, you all have heard a lot about wolves, and both Nate and Robert mentioned, so I won't go into great detail on the translocation. I will say CPW is actively coordinating with ranchers in the areas where the wolves were recently released. Ranchers have been cooperative in the development of site assessments, and we continue to work to distribute and deploy non-lethal equipment in the areas with wolf activity. CPW is working with livestock data expert Dr. Frank Gehry from Colorado State University on damage claims for wolf livestock impacts that occurred this past grazing season. And CPW is also working with partners in an attempt to de-escalate threats of violence against CPW staff, community members, and ranchers, and the animals themselves. Moving on, last month, CPW published the 2025 to 2029 statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, also known as SCORP. The 5-year action plan guides investments of federal land and water conservation dollars in Colorado. It has 4 key priorities. Number 1, access and opportunity. Number 2, stewardship. Number 3, land, water, and wildlife conservation. And number 4, financial sustainability. Moving on, our CPW continues to work on the 10-year update to its State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP. SWAPs are plans which guide the conservation of a state's most vulnerable species and the habitats they depend on. An updated SWAP is required every 10 years for federal funding eligibility via the state and tribal wildlife grants program through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. To begin 2025, CPW is starting our threats assessment for species of greatest conservation need and the habitats where they reside. We're also in the planning stage of determining how we develop the actions element of the SWAP And we're gathering input regarding the species of greatest information need. And that the final swap report is due on September 30, 2025. The 2025 Partners in the Outdoor Conference registration is open. The conference will be held April 22nd through the 24th, 2025 at the Cheyenne Mountain Resort in Colorado Springs. Partners in the Outdoor Conference is a premier event for outdoor and natural resource professionals in Colorado. The theme this year is resilience, building strength and sustainability for the future of the outdoors. On January 7th, Colorado Parks and Wildlife initiated the first release of water from Chatfield Reservoir Environmental Pool. Such a great win for all of us in the room here. The environmental pool increased the flow in the South Platte River below the reservoir. The historic release provided 3 CFS of water into the South Platte to alleviate low flow conditions, support aquatic life, and enhance ecosystem function. First water relief from the Chatfield Environmental Pool marks the next step in reservoir operations at Chatfield State Park and aquatic habitat management in the South Platte River. The 21-acre-foot pool was created through the Chatfield Storage Reallocation Project, which provides increased water storage capacity for municipal water providers and downstream irrigators by capturing high flows from large rainstorms and snow runoff. As a part of the increased operating level of Chatfield Reservoir, the project designated the pool to store additional water within the reservoir with the intent of releasing water to relieve stress on aquatic life during low flow conditions in the South Platte. Mentioned CPW's legislative agenda for 2025 includes 2 priorities. Legislation that will waive entry fees to all Colorado state parks for enrolled members of the Southern Ute Tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, as well as legislation to better equip CPW in the enforcement of wildlife trafficking cases here in Colorado. Formed an internal beaver management plan working group of 25 staff comprising multiple subcommittees, including harvest and mortality management, translocation policy and protocol, coexistence and best management practices, restoration and translocation area prioritization, research priorities and needs, and finally, stakeholder engagement and collaboration. The group and its subcommittees have been focused on building internal consensus on priorities, objectives, and strategies of the beaver management plan to set the stage for stakeholder engagement. Next, a contractor will be hired to develop the plan and conduct stakeholder outreach. The contractor will develop a plan outline for the initial outreach based on the CPW working group recommendations. The contractor will then develop a draft plan based on stakeholder feedback. The draft plan will be made available for public comments, after which the contractor will finalize the plan in early 2026. And finally, a couple of CPW water team staffing updates. Water resources team manager, which was Rob Harris's position. The posting for that announcement closed on Wednesday. I'm pleased to let you know that we had 16 candidates that passed the initial minimum qualifications. So we'll begin screening those candidates and hopefully have interviews coming up in the next few weeks. And then also regretfully, most of you knew or know Carlin Armstrong, our senior water resources engineer and water project mitigation coordinator. She had her last day at CPW on January 3rd. She's moving on to a new adventure with the Bureau of Reclamation out in California. Carlin made significant contributions to the development of CPW's water project mitigation program, and she will be missed. But we wish her the best of luck. And with that, I will conclude my update. Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Matt.
Chair.
Does anybody have any questions? for CPW? All right, thank you. Yeah, I guess I had talked to Director McLaughlin a little earlier this week. There you are. Okay. Didn't know if you'd make it back.
I do.
I'm Keith McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. I thought I'd start with a brief update in terms of our organization and for those that haven't heard it before or need to hear it again. We were originally created in 1981 by state statute. Our board first started by funding water supply studies. We then morphed into a water project funding organization. In 1989, we issued our first loan to Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. It was a small hydro project there. And in 1989, we also started the wastewater program. So when you hear the SRF programs, the wastewater program is half of that program. Then we have the DWRF program that started in 1994. In fact, we were the first program in the country to issue loans under the drinking water program nationally. Combined in total, if you look at our numbers today, we've issued 894 loans for $3.45 billion. Primarily, those funding comes under the two SRF programs I mentioned previously. We can fund governmental agencies and private nonprofits on the drinking water side. Our focus really under the SRFs, though, are on small, rural, and disadvantaged communities. We've jointly funded a few projects with CWCB over the years, but generally we work on opposite sides of the pipe. What I mean by that is CWCB is primarily on the water supply, whereas the Water and Power Authority is over here on the treatment side, although there are times where we jointly fund projects like you'll hear later. Another key difference between us and the CWCB is our funding source. We receive all of our funding from federal dollars with very few exception on some state match money for IIJA or bill funds. We get about $16 million a year currently through EPA cap grants, and then we receive about $40 million annually through recycled dollars or loan repayments that coming in on existing projects, similar to the perpetual base account with CWCB. So just a little brief background on our programs here. Any questions there? And then I'd like to talk about a few projects. At our December board meeting, we had 2 drinking water projects approved by our board. That meeting was December 6th here in Denver. It was to Kachar's Sanitation and Water District for $1.25 million. They were rehabbing a water treatment facility. We also approved the city of Trinidad for about $3.4 million for replacing or rehabbing some of their storage tanks. They have to drain those tanks out, look at them before they can make a decision. So it'll either be rehabbed or replaced. We did receive 1 water loan application for the town of Crawford. And that will be at our January board meeting, which is Wednesday here at the Hyatt. And then the last application we have coming in January is for Pinewood Springs Water District for $1.8 million. That's for distribution system improvements. Our estimate in terms of our total loan capacity is about $70 million on the water side. I think we'll be oversubscribed, meaning we'll likely run out of money on the water side this year. I certainly expect that. And on the wastewater side, we approved 1 wastewater application in December for the town of Lyman for about $3.6 million for replacing collection system and manhole projects. We did not receive any wastewater projects on at the January application deadline. Then the last project I want to talk about is the Arkansas Valley Conduit. It's a project we've been working with CWCB for a couple of years now. It's absolutely critical to the state. We're close to finalizing an intergovernmental agreement. That's a 4-way agreement with our organization, the Colorado Water and Power Authority, CWCB, Southeastern, and Otero County. And what we're doing is outlining the roles and responsibilities for those 4 organizations for the construction and funding of the spur lines of the project. So you got the major trunk line of the project. headed out from Pueblo Reservoir to Lamar. But for systems to connect into that large trunk project that's being built by the Bureau, you've got to run spur lines off of that main trunk line. And so the Water and Power Authority is again working with those other organizations, including CWCB, to start funding those spur lines. We're hoping to see our first application coming in April, maybe June, for the first spur line, which I believe will be kind of that Avondale Boone area. It's a very challenging project, as I'm sure you're well aware, between the multiple funding sources, the challenges in terms of the size and the scope of the projects, the increase in construction costs across Colorado and across the country, as well as the communities down there, the small sort of disadvantaged communities, and sort of the affordability. So this is just a tremendously rewarding but challenging project. And of course, CWCB staff continues to work really well with us, as they always have on this project. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Director Phelps.
I may mention this tomorrow in my basin director report, the conduit, but I do want to just say, Keith, that, or Director McLaughlin, that
Keith works.
this, as you said, this project is really critically important. And you highlight a very challenging part of this, which is it's one thing to build a major pipeline across a huge swath of Colorado. It's another thing to run supply lines out to all these different communities that are administered by all these different bodies with their own rate structures and all of that, and actually get the great Pueblo Reservoir water to flow out of the tap. So just really appreciate your work and your agency's work on this, getting these federal dollars to help with that. What I view as kind of the real crux or the real challenge to this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Phelps.
Anybody else?
Yes, I have a question, if I might.
Oh, Director Vasquez, please.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Keith, I have a question about the EPA grant. When does it usually come in to you?
So our EPA cap grants usually come in the spring of each year.
Is there any indication that the distribution will be delayed or potentially blocked?
We think so. So under one of President Trump's executive orders that impacts, it's Section 7 of America's Releasing Energy Executive Order, paused funding under the both IIJA funding, which impacts those funds that come into our program. And so our 2024 capitalization grants that we've submitted, there's 5 for 2024 that we've submitted, are currently paused for 90 days. Our hope is that we'll get through that pause and those grants can be approved, so we have access to those funding sources. I believe we have about at least 6 months, perhaps a year worth of funding if we don't access those funds to fund all the projects that are currently in the pipeline. But that could be a real challenge if the pause goes on for any length or if there's any sort of interruption to accessing those cap grants. So it's something we're very much paying attention to these days.
Thanks. Sounds good. Appreciate your response.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you for being here. We know you're busy and a lot to do. We appreciate you being here with us.
No, happy to be here. I'll be here for most of the morning if anybody has any questions for me. And then I got to go back over to the Capitol this afternoon to testify on our projects list. So busy time.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Time-wise, maybe let's cut our break down to 10 minutes. Is that all right? Do you have something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can, just real quickly. Director Ullman, I really wanted to thank you for the update on the Perkins County Canal. I have been hearing from people in the South Platte about that, wondering what the state was doing. So I think it's really appropriate that you let us know that you didn't know. So I think that was critical because a lot of people that I talked to felt like that Colorado was trying to hide something, which is really evident with your report. So thanks so much for that. And then if I may, Mr. Chair, also, I forgot to include my report. Thanks to Ashley Garrison. She's in the audience. I recently found out that the CSU was putting on Grant and Grow conferences, which they had a series of helping farmers and ranchers apply for grants. And I let Ashley know about that. That was in Montrose last week. And she happened to be there with some of the other staff. I'm really mad that I didn't get to go to the Gunnison Tunnel, but with some of the other staff was there. She took the time to attend that conference, and I think that was neat. Again, some of the work that I'm trying to do is to coordinate those efforts of ag granting and CWCB granting. So thanks, Ashley, for taking the time to attend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, if it's all right, we'll just start again at 10 till. So. Okay. Try to get going here. Everybody can get back in their place. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 5, the Species Conservation Trust Fund. So
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, Kara Shields, CWCB staff.
Recording in progress.
Sorry, it's too quick there. This is agenda item 5, the 2025 Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list approval. And this is an action item. So I think this board is pretty familiar with this fund, but just to provide you with a little bit of a refresher, it's really important for our recovery programs as well as other activities that are related to the protection, the recovery of protected species. And each year, the Executive Director's Office requests recommendations from CWCB staff and board for projects that would be eligible to receive this funding from the Species Conservation Trust Fund. If it is approved by the board today, then it will go to the General Assembly for their review and approval. This year, the Executive Director's Office will be requesting $5 million for the Species Conservation Trust Fund. These funds will be split between CPW and CWCB, with CWCB potentially receiving up to $2.5 million. This year's staff recommendations for the expenditure of that $2.5 million is, as you see on your screen and was outlined in your memo, to allocate between 2 different projects, the Upper Colorado and San Juan River recovery programs and the selenium management program. Recommendation is on the screen, and I'm happy to take any questions.
okay, do you have any questions for? If not, accept a motion. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we got either Director Brown or Director Vasquez, both. All right, any other questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item 6, Robin Brandy.
Thank you. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. I am presenting agenda item 6, which is a request to form intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights in water divisions 4, 5, and 6. This is an action item, and staff is requesting the board to form its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 13 stream segments. Well, sorry about that. Here's the general timeline showing staff analysis and public outreach for each in-stream flow recommendation. This process is at least a year long, but many encompass several years. Each ISF recommendation is noticed at the ISF workshop, which generally takes place during the first week of February of each year. And at that time, the recommending entities provide the CWCB staff with a recommendation in specificity in writing. And the first step that staff takes after receiving these recommendations is to provide notice to the subscription mailing list, which has around 1,200 individuals on it, and is followed up by a public notice at an agenda item at the March meeting. During the next several months, CWCB staff works on analyzing the recommendations and conducts a water availability assessments. The staff sends letters to individuals who own property adjacent to the proposed ISF reaches, communicates with DWR staff on each recommendation, places notices in local newspapers, and holds public meetings with county commissioners and other local stakeholder groups. If staff plans on moving forward with these recommendations, for the board to form their intent to appropriate, an additional notice is sent in November, along with an agenda item at the November CWCB meeting. Just so you know, a full list of each individualized outreach activities is included with the executive summary for each of the in-stream flow recommendations. The next part of the slide shows the timeline if the board does vote to form their intent to appropriate any of these ISF recommendations. That kicks off the formal notice and comment period identified in the ISF rules. And I will go into the specific dates for each action towards the end of the presentation. required by statute to make 3 findings to appropriate in-stream flow water rights. While those findings are not required today, I thought it was important to remind you what those 3 findings are. The first is there is a natural environment that exists. Documentation of the natural environment was provided by the recommended entities, which also included a quantification of the flow requirements, which were derived using the R2 cross model. The second finding is that water is available for appropriation, and staff completes an independent analysis to determine if water is available for each recommendation. This includes using the best available data, which may include permanent or temporary stream gauges, diversion records, other regression analysis, and discussions with staff from DWR and other stakeholders. And the third finding is that there's no material injury to other water rights. Staff works with individuals to make sure that even any undecreed uses are recognized under the 1023B process, and I'll be talking about that a little further with one of the recommendations. So staff has provided the board with the executive summaries and appendices of the technical data used to generate the recommendations for these stream segments. And those documents contain the information needed to satisfy all 3 of these findings. Of R2 cross parameters, since it was used for the quantification of all these in-stream flow water rights. R2 cross is used to model the hydraulic parameters of wetted perimeter, average depth, and average velocity. In the 1970s, CPW developed the minimum flow hydraulic criteria showed below in this table. For the first decade of the program, only 2 of the 3 criteria were used to develop in-stream flow recommendations. This is where there's lots of single flow in-stream flow water rights. In the early 1980s, CPW determined that all 3 criteria were needed during the high flow period for minimum protection of the fisheries. So meeting all 3 of those criteria is the reason behind 2 of these requested increases today. Field work conducted for these ISF recommendation. ISF staff visits each of these stream segments at least once and most of them multiple times. While on a site visit, CW staff may perform a stream flow measurement, categorize the natural environment, or work with the recommended to even conduct R2 cross. Some of them are very remote, as you can see by the need for Mariel in this one picture to ride her bike to several segments to conduct field work. Glamorous as the field work for these recommendations is the office work performed to evaluate the recommendations. So staff will analyze the quantification supplied by the recommending entities, perform water availability analysis, evaluate water rights, and conduct outreach activities. Activities before, but here are some examples as done part of the process of the ISF workshop, notices sent to the subscription mailing list, public meetings with county commissioners and other stakeholders, and letters and notices to stakeholders. To differentiate all these on the map here, but this map illustrates all the 13 recommended ISF reaches in red. As you can see, these recommendations are contained within water divisions 4, 5, and 6. And I'll go through each of these recommendations and provide highlights of the natural environment. Beaver Dams Creek, which is located in Uray County, about 13 miles southwest of the city of Montrose. Beaver Dams Creek is a tributary to East Fork Dry Creek, which is tributary to Dry Creek, which is then tributary to the Uncompahgre River. So it's in the Uncompahgre watershed. CPW recommended this 3.2-mile reach for ISF protection for the naturally reproducing or conservation population of Colorado River cutthroat trout of the Gunnison Basin lineage. So Colorado River cutthroat trout are state species of special concern and considered a federally sensitive species as well. And 4 is Cabin Creek. High Country Conservation Advocates and Western Resource Advocates recommended an in-stream flow waterway on a reach of Cabin Creek, which is located in Gunnison County, approximately 6 miles east of the city of Gunnison. Excuse me. Cabin Creek is tributary to Tomichi Creek, and HCCA and WRA recommended this ISF on Cabin Creek for a seasonal period to support a natural environment which consists of macroinvertebrates and a riparian community of willows and cottonwoods. And the lower terminus for this in-stream flow recommendation as at the CPW State Wildlife Area. And CPW is working extremely hard on stream restoration projects down below this reach as well. Creek, we arrive at the ISF recommendation on Canyon Creek. This recommendation is about 30 miles east of the city of Gunnison and is also tributary to Tomichi Creek. HCCA also recommended this 8.64 mile reach to support the resident brook and brown trout populations. Also of note on Canyon Creek is that the Colorado Natural Heritage Program has identified Canyon Creek riparian area as a level 4 potential conservation area in recognition of its riparian vegetation. Uncompahgre watershed is the ISF recommendation on East Fork Dry Creek. The Beaver Dams Creek in-stream flow recommendation mentioned earlier is tributary to this ISF recommendation on East Fork Dry Creek, which is also located in Uray County, about 13 miles southwest of the city of Montrose. CPW recommended this 3.1 mile reach of stream for ISF protection for another core conservation population of Colorado River cutthroat trout with the Gunnison Basin lineage. San Miguel watershed is the ISF recommendation on Goat Creek. Goat Creek is located in San Miguel County and is tributary to Beaver Creek, which is tributary to the San Miguel River. The Bureau of Land Management recommended this 2 mile reach of Goat Creek based on a resident population of mottled sculpin and speckled dace. And attached to staff's memo for this agenda item were letters of support for this recommendation from the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners and the majority private landowner in the area, Russell Scott. Goat Creek is main Hubbard Creek, and this ISF recommendation is located in Delta County, about 12 miles north of the town of Paonia. CPW recommended this 2.5 mile stream reach, which is tributary to Hubbard Creek, which is tributary to the North Fork of the Gunnison River, to support a core conservation of Colorado River cutthroat trout of the Gunnison Basin lineage. This stream also has a very healthy macroinvertebrate community that I experienced firsthand while doing field work, so I can attest to its robustness. Creek, which is in the next drainage directly south of main Hubbard Creek. CPW also recommended this 2.37 mile reach to support a similar core conservation population of river cutthroat trout of Gunnison Basin lineage as main Hubbard Creek. This recommendation is entirely on the Grand Mesa National Forest, as is the case with main Hubbard Creek and the upcoming recommendation on West Hubbard Creek, which is in Gunnison County. It's about 13 minutes west of the city of Gunnison. There is an existing in-stream flow waterway on Red Creek decreed in case 84 CW 379. This recommendation from HCCA and the National Park Service is for an increase from the beginning of May until September. The rationale behind this recommendation is that the original recommendation only sought to protect flows, meaning 2 of the 3 hydraulic criteria for the entire year. This recommendation for an increase would be for those flows identified as meeting 3 of those 3 criteria. So this proposed ISF reach extends over the same reach as the existing in-stream flow from the confluence with Red Creek downstream to the confluence with Blue Mesa Reservoir for about a total of 6.9 miles of stream and to support populations of brook, brown, and rainbow trout. Uncompahgre watershed is the last of the recommendations tributary to East Fork Dry Creek. This 2.7 mile ISF recommendation is for an unnamed tributary to East Fork Dry Creek, which is located in both Montrose and Uray counties. Similar to the recommendations on Beaver Dams Creek, in East Fork Dry Creek, this recommendation is from CPW with the purpose of supporting a self-sustaining population of Colorado River cutthroat trout of the Gunnison Basin lineage. In Water Division 4 today is back on Hubbard Creek drainage. This recommendation is for a 2.3 mile reach on West Hubbard Creek, which is the next drainage south from Middle Hubbard Creek. Similar to the other recommendations on Main and Middle Hubbard Creek, CPW is recommending this in-stream flow to support a core conservation population of Colorado River cutthroat trout of the Gunnison Basin lineage. Division 5 is the next in-stream flow recommendation for Coon Creek, which is located in Mesa County and is tributary to Plateau Creek, which is tributary to the Colorado River. This 3.1 mile stream reach is being recommended by the BLM to support a self-sustaining population of brook trout and Colorado River cutthroat trout. CWCB staff has been in contact with staff from the Ute Water Conservancy District and Coon Creek Reservoir and Ditch Company. The parties have agreed in concept on terms and conditions to include for final action on this appropriation. These terms and conditions generally surround recognizing senior decreed water rights in the basin, along with recognizing present use and uses of water pursuant to 3792-1023B. A copy of those terms and conditions will be sent to the board once they have been executed. So before the next meeting, you will have a copy of those. Staying in Water Division 5 is the in-stream flow recommendation on Derby Creek. Similar to the previously mentioned Red Creek, this recommendation is for an increase where the CWCB already holds an ISF decree. Derby Creek is located in Eagle County and is near the community of Burns and is tributary to the Colorado River. The CWCB holds a 7.5 CFS year-round rate decreed in case 85 CW 261, which meets 2 of the 3 hydraulic criteria in Arctic Cross. The BLM is recommending increase through a new appropriation that would run from the beginning of April to the end of June. And the purpose of the increase would be to support self-sustaining population of brown trout and mullet sculpin. Recommendation for this agenda item is on Clear Creek in Water Division 6. Clear Creek is located in Rio Blanco County, about 22 miles south of the city of Craig. The BLM is recommending this 8.3 mile reach of stream for ISF protection to support an entirely native fishery, which includes self-supporting populations of speckled dace, mountain suckers, along with seasonal use by Colorado River cutthroat trout. Learned about not too long ago was related to the mottled sculpin, which were mentioned a couple times here in this presentation. And apparently there are no mottled sculpin here in Colorado. And CPW has long questioned the sculpin classification, and they have identified that there are 2 distinct species of sculpin in Colorado, the Eagle River sculpin and the Colorado sculpin. So as it turns out, I guess mottled sculpin, we didn't really know you were here in Colorado, but we'll have more updated information on that in the future recommendations. So here is the ISF schedule if the board forms its intent to appropriate on these recommendations today. Notice will be sent out early next week on February 3rd. Public comment will be available at the March board meeting, and any notices to contest would be due at the end of March. Any notice of party status and contested hearing participant status would be due at the end of April. And then the board may take final action on uncontested in-stream flow appropriations at the May meeting. And if the in-stream flow, if they are contested and an in-stream flow hearing is required, that would be held at the September board meeting. And with all the recommendations that move forward, staff would be asking the Attorney General's office to file a water court application before the end of 2025. Staff recommends that pursuant to ISF Rule 5D, the board declare its intent to appropriate an in-stream flow water right on each of the stream segments listed in Table 1 and direct staff to publicly notice the board's declaration of its intent to appropriate. And that is from staff's memo, Table 1. And I can answer any questions. And I also have here in person Roy Smith from the BLM that would like to say a few words. And I believe that Julie Nania representing HCCA and Katie Birch from CPW are online if you have questions of them as well.
Thank you, Rob. Does anybody have any questions? Could I ask a question that might seem a little ignorant? So when you're doing an increase, is it the same process of evaluation? Do you start from the beginning of what the original was with the addition, or do you just assess the increase proposal on its own merits?
So we assess what the Arctic Cross was originally done. And then we look at the stream reach that the increase is going to be for and the new Arctic Cross and to see what the difference is between those.
Okay.
And so Roy can give a better description, especially for the one on Derby Creek. But for the one for Derby Creek, the BLM staff would go out and see for those 2 of 3 recommendations, does this meet all 3 of the hydraulic criteria? So some of them do, and they don't come back for an increase at all. But the ones that don't, those are the ones that we buy the recommendation for.
Okay. Thank you. Please, Roy.
I'm Roy Smith from the BLM. For the record, I'm the statewide water rights and in-stream flow coordinator. I just want to make some very brief remarks, just thanking the staff for their work on the 4 recommendations that are in front of you from the BLM. You might be aware, BLM and the CWCB have been cooperating on in-stream flow protection for about 30 years now. And I think some of these recommendations demonstrate why CWCB is such a valuable partner to the BLM. Particularly the one that you're looking at for Coon Creek. The board just did an exemplary job in outreach and coordination on that creek. It's a very complex system. It has multiple reservoirs with multiple ownership parties in those reservoirs that affect flows in the recommended reach. It's very complex hydrology because a very high percentage of the base flow is supplied by springs that emerge from the base of the Grand Mesa. And the staff coordinated with us very carefully to investigate that hydrology and commit it to paper so we can get a sense of what it looks like. The staff had many meetings on site with landowners, water rights owners, and very importantly, the staff worked really hard to develop terms and conditions that made those water users comfortable, especially Water Conservancy District, which has storage space in multiple reservoirs. So you won't see those terms and conditions until the next board meeting, but I think the result that you're going to see is something that BLM very much appreciates, which is we are going to have a situation where the water users are comfortable, historic uses are recognized, and BLM and CPW obtain an important objective, which is protecting a population of Colorado River cutthroat trout. So I just wanted to sort of highlight that as it's typical of the work that this staff does, and BLM just really appreciates it.
Are there any other comments or questions? Yeah, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob or Ron, since you brought up Coon Creek, when I looked through the material, I thought that was the only one that the county commissioners, Mesa County commissioners, declined a presentation. Can you highlight to us? Because I know Director Brown, that was a big effort for her to make sure we're doing enough outreach.
So we reached out to Mesa County and they indicated that the presentation we provided the year before was sufficient for them to be able to know what was going on with the Coon Creek recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to echo my colleagues from the BLM. I'm sorry, I missed your name. But for CPW, the exact same thing, that we greatly appreciate the partnership with CWCB. And you saw those different fish species that benefit from these in-stream flows. So thanks, Rob.
Thank you. Okay. If there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion on agenda item 6A. Okay. Director Cloud made the motion. Is there a second? Director Brody, thank you. Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that we're on agenda item 7, I believe what we're going to do, because we have to do a couple different recusals, we'll take these, if it's okay, we'll take them one by one so that we can move through them. Director Felt, I think you said on agenda item 7A, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm going to recuse. I would point out too that our the project manager for Upper Ark, Gracie Goodwin, is on the Zoom if you guys have questions.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
All right. Thank you so much. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff presenting agenda item 7A through E. This round, we had 7 applications that came to us at our October 1 deadline. Staff's recommended approval for all the amounts that were listed in the data sheets and on the slides and in the packet there. So I'll present 5 of those today. Thank you for approving the consent agenda item. And then Director Riss approved our 7th back on January 9th. So overall, we had 6 statewide requests, 1 drought resiliency grant, and 5 aging infrastructures proposals. And then as always, these projects have been approved by the respective roundtables. So we'll just go ahead and jump in. 7A is the applicant here is the Upper Arkansas Water Conservancy District. So Cottonwood Lake is a reservoir that is 11 miles southwest of the town of Buena Vista. The existing dam, spillway, outlet structures are in pretty bad shape, multiple issues, including deteriorating concrete, cracks, and experiencing some leaks there. So they've done some initial designs for the new dam, spillway, and outlet structures already, but grant funds will be used not only to complete the designs on those, but use it for construction of the new infrastructure as well. And they are estimating with all these improvements that will be made, this will help increase the usable storage by 63 acre feet per year. As Director Felt mentioned, on Zoom with us is Gracie Goodwin to answer any questions the board may have. So Gracie will ask that you camera and take yourself off mute.
All right. Are there any questions on agenda 7A for Gracie or for? No, we entertain a motion on agenda item 7A. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have an emotion. Is there a second? Director Wind, thank you. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. Congratulations, Gracie.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to 7B.
Great. 7B is an application from the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation. This applicant is an equitable housing nonprofit. They're responsible for preserving the 3 Mile Mobile Home Park, which is located southwest of Glenwood Springs. The applicant's looking to stabilize the stream bank to help mitigate any potential flood impacts that would threaten life and property of this mobile home park that sits along 3 Mile Creek. I know on the data sheet, it mentions staff reviewing the 30 and 60% designs. And after the board packet was produced, we actually had another conversation with the applicant. They're at the 90% design that we'll be helping review as well. And they've been working with Garfield County to get to that point. Grant funds will be used by the applicant to conduct a hydrological study for permitting, completing the design, and then the purchase of materials and construction of stabilizing this bank. And then staff will continue to work with the applicant if there's additional stream restoration efforts that they want to include. This just to make it a successful project and help this community out. And with that, we have a couple of folks on Zoom with us, Kelly McNicholas, as well as consultants Philip Sapino and Chris Waldron are all on Zoom with us if the board has any questions for us.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for anybody on this one? Entertain a motion on agenda item 7B.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 7B.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Is there a second? Director Brody? Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. I'm always looking the wrong way. Sorry, Director Brody. All right. So are there any other questions or discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. Congratulations. Great. All right, we'll go to 7C.
And 7C is an application from the Cimarron Valley River and Watershed Coalition. The Big Blue Ditch is currently unlined. And so this ditch is used to irrigate about 1,900 acres of hay meadows and livestock grazing in Gunnison County. The ditch is currently experiencing water loss and faces risks of landslides. This is a multi-phase project. The entire project consists of piping 9,700 feet of the ditch and constructing a new headgate upstream of where the existing headgate is now. The new location of that headgate would be at a lower risk of future impacts from any landslide. Grant funds would be used in the first phase of this project, which is to install a pipeline for the first 500 feet of the ditch and construct that new head gate. On Zoom with us is Alan Distel with the Cimarron Valley River and Watershed Coalition, and will be available to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. Are there any questions on this one? Any comments? Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion on agenda item 7C. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Is there a second? Director Fell, thank you. All right, any other questions, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. Okay,
Right. 7D is an application from the city of Grand Junction. The city and other agricultural users divert water from Cana Creek through the Juniata and Large Ditch, which is located in Mesa County. Currently, the infrastructure of the ditch can no longer operate at the full conveyance capacity. City does have a projected gap in water supply and demand, so they would like to modernize the ditch infrastructure to help reduce that gap. So they use grant funds to complete the design, conduct permitting research and estimates for future construction costs. The improvements they believe will yield about 1,420 acre feet in supply to reduced water loss. And Randy Kim with the city is on Zoom with us, and we're available to answer any questions the board may have.
any questions on agenda item 7D? Entertain a motion for staff recommendation. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Boucher. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, congratulations. All right, we're gonna turn agenda item 7E over to Director McLeod. I will say that the district's attorney, Richard Marin, is online if there's any questions.
All right, maybe I misunderstood. Did you turn it over to Director Cloud?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. You said Director McLeod, I think, and so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
All right, thank you, Director Cloud. Yeah, the applicant is Conejos Water Conservancy District, and the district would like to use grant funds to conduct a study to determine the feasibility of an aquifer recharge and recovery program in the San Luis Valley. And so the district is proposing that they'll work with existing well owners, that the Rio Grande DSS has identified areas where water recharges in the aquifer would most likely be successful, and then gauge their interest in the program. And then following that interest would create a preliminary plan of operations for the project. The district is currently working with the division engineer and will continue to work with division engineers. They draft these plans of operations. And as Director Combs noted, Richard Mahern is on Zoom with us if the board has any questions for us.
Entertain a motion. Director Phil?
Yeah, I'd like to, no, I was going to move approval on item, the staff recommendation on item 7E.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you. And we'll go ahead and break for lunch and return at 12:35. Actually. Oh, I said this to Director Coombs, but we're hoping to move agenda item 8 before lunch and then announce executive session, and then we can have lunch and then clear the room and come back. Okay, sounds good. Okay, and then do lunch.
Scott Steinbrecher, Attorney General's Office, agenda item 8 agenda item 8, the Attorney General's report. The AG sends his regrets, especially because he can't be here to thank Directors Brown, Brody, and Boucher for your incredible service and leadership to this board and the state. So I will pass that along. Thank you so much. He really appreciates everything you've done. I'm going to be a little bit repetitive or touch on a few things that other people have mentioned here, but just want people to be aware that we are working closely with DNR, DWR, and CWCB on several different fronts and poised for litigation on many of them, and continue to build and support our team at the DOL, at the Department of Law, with that in mind. So on the Rio Grande, I think you heard Director Ullman mention that we're headed back to mediation in February. We're hopeful, of course, that we will make progress in that mediation, but need to be realistic and face the fact that we could be back in litigation very soon, especially if the U.S. maintains the positions that it took in briefing and argument before the U.S. Supreme Court. On the Colorado River, of course, we know the commissioner and her team are working very hard to engage the other states in the U.S., but given the number of players involved there and the interests involved, obviously that's a very real possibility that someone might initiate litigation. And we are preparing for that possibility. The South Platte we talked about just a few minutes ago, again, preparing for the possibility that we could be engaged in litigation there. And then we are also, the Attorney General's office is ready to take action to protect those IRA and BIL funds for critical water infrastructure and other things if necessary. A few folks have mentioned the Unleashing American Energy executive order that calls into question the availability of millions of dollars for critical water infrastructure, among other things. And even after some clarity that was issued by the Office of Management and Budget, the scope and impact of that order are somewhat uncertain. So we will be assessing those impacts and we'll be ready to take action if necessary once we see what those impacts look like. Lastly, I just want to recognize the work of Director Ullman and folks from our office. I see Emily here and I thought I saw Andy. Really appreciate the work of your office on the measurement rules throughout the Western Slope and in the Colorado River basins in those divisions. They're critical in that they're building the foundation for the work that is to come and will be central to us managing our water resources in the face of changing hydrology. So just want to congratulate you on that work and congratulate our team on all of the support that they provided. So thank you. That concludes the Attorney General's report, unless there are questions.
Anybody have any questions for Scott?
I don't have a question, but I'll just echo, because I didn't say it during my presentation, the significant support that I've had from the Attorney General's office on preparing those measurement rules. So thank you for recognizing that.
Anyone else? Thank you, so appreciate it. Okay, Jen.
Thank you, Jen Neely from the AG's office. I do believe we are going to move to go into executive session before lunch. When we are in executive session, we will consider agenda items 9A and B. This executive session is authorized pursuant to sections 24-6, 402, 3A, 2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we need a motion to get into the, go ahead, Director Brody.
For the last time, I get to make this motion. I will make a motion to go into executive session to discuss items 9A and B as provided in Colorado statutes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Director Brown, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, we'll go into executive session. So is there anybody that needs to?
No,
I
do
think.
lunch.
Oh, we're gonna do lunch and then do it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. See, you missed just 2 seconds and you're out. So, okay, we'll do lunch then. Thank you.
Record. Recording in progress.
Okay, I think we're ready to go here. If, Jen, if you want to take care of agenda item 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the report from executive session. Agenda item 10, the board went into executive session to consider agenda items 9A and B. Discussion during the executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken. We can now move on to agenda item 11. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay. Is Amy here? There you are. There you are. Okay. Agenda item 11.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, this is Amy Ostick with the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And I am here for your regularly scheduled Colorado River update, agenda item 11, I believe. So I wanted to start, as I frequently do, by putting everything in context and within the timeline that we're working on. It is somehow already January 2025. Between when board memos were submitted and today, the Bureau of Reclamation has released an alternatives report. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that today at a relatively high level. But just to back up a little bit, it was several months ago now, back in March, that the Upper Division State submitted an alternative. Another thing I want to update you on today is some refinements that we provided over the Christmas holidays. It was a lot of fun. So I'll walk through exactly what is in those Upper Division State alternative refinements, talk a little bit more about where we are in the current process and what's to come. The first thing I really do want to highlight is the second thing in this orange box here in the middle, that basin state discussions are continuing. I think we in Colorado and across the Upper Division states and really across the basin really are trying to start 2025 on a new foot. We are really committed to working towards finding potential areas of consensus. So that's kind of the backdrop for where we are right now. I said, I want to start today by talking about the Upper Division States alternative as refined. On, I believe it was December 30th, the Upper Division State submitted some limited refinements to the alternative that we had previously submitted in March. We have an updated infographic here on the screen that we will have available at Water Congress. It looks really similar to our old one, but reflects the updates. Just to back up a little bit, we had heard from the Bureau of Reclamation that they would welcome refinements to optimize performance of the alternatives in their view. So we took them up on that opportunity and provided some refinements that made a good thing even better, in our opinion. So a couple things I want to focus on, the key areas in this refinement. First, an expanded Powell release curve. Our release curve for Powell, well, let me just first focus on what's similar, what's the same. Powell release curve in the Upper Division States alternative and the alternative as refined is based on contents of Lake Powell. We think the big benefit to the Upper Division States alternative is that it's hydrology and supply driven rather than demand driven. So essentially you look at the elevation at Lake Powell on October 1st and the release is based on the contents of Lake Powell. And the idea is that the contents of Powell are an indicator of hydrologic conditions. So that's the same. You may recall that the release curve we provided previously started at 6 and went up to 9.5 million acre feet. The refined release curve starts at 5 million acre feet. And sorry, I know the print is small, and it goes up to 12 million acre feet. And what we see is that this performs just slightly better at keeping both Powell and Meade above critical elevations and reduces the magnitude and frequency that's happening. So that's the main refinement. The other thing that we did is provided some additional details about parallel activities in the Upper Division State. So you may recall that the parallel activities essentially says that if the Upper Division States alternative is adopted, that in the Upper Basin, we would consider voluntary conservation measures, also potentially strategic releases from the upstream initial units, subject to the records of decision at those units. And also subject to future agreements, including things like recovery at those initial units, among other things. So what we did in our refinement is just provided a little bit greater detail about a reasonable range of conservation activities in those parallel activities. So I'll get into a little bit more detail about that in just a minute. To briefly go over what we're looking at for lower basin reductions. So as you may recall, the Upper Division States alternative, when looking at reductions to lower basin contractors, started with this combined storage approach. So looking at both Powell and Meade, and based on the contents of Powell and Meade together, the lower basin contractors are looking at reductions to their deliveries from Meade. What we know is that under most circumstances in the Upper Division States alternative, the lower basin is taking an adjustment of 1.5 million acre feet. And we're calling that an adjustment because it accounts for evaporation and system losses. We also know that under some circumstances that there would be additional reductions needed, likely, to maintain the reservoirs at above critical elevations. So beyond that adjustment of 1.5 million acre feet, we look at linear reductions of 0 to 2.4 million acre feet. Here is that if you do the math, what we know is that that adjustment of up to 2.4 million acre feet on top of the 1.5 million acre foot adjustment means that lower basin contractors would likely be taking roughly 30% reductions relative to their current uses. What we also know is that in the Upper Division states and dry years, our water users face 30% reductions just because of hydrologic shortage, because of strict administration. So Brian is always impressed with me when I use this word. The lower basin has a larger denominator to start with. Their uses are higher. So they're still going to be using a lot more water in that circumstance, but they're taking proportionate reductions to what we would be taking. Activities component, again, our goal here was to provide a little bit more detail about what a reasonable range of potential parallel activities would be. I want to really emphasize that this is an up to number. We're not saying that we would provide a set amount of conserved water in any given year, because we know that that's really driven by hydrologic conditions. Water users cannot conserve water that they're not able to use or wouldn't have the ability to use in the first place. So it really is based on hydrologic conditions, but we provided a reasonable range of what that might look like. And the other thing we did is that, and I'll get into the alternatives report in just a minute, but one thing that was consistent in the alternatives report was that we saw the Bureau of Reclamation open the door to this concept of consideration of settled but undeveloped tribal water rights, which is something that we have really prioritized in Colorado. So we saw them kind of open the door to accounting for that, potentially compensating for that. And we kind of walked through that door with the refinements and said, while you're considering a reasonable range of potential conservation activity and water that might find its way to Powell, you should also consider that settled but undeveloped tribal water rights. It remains consistent. This hasn't changed, but I think it's important to acknowledge every time we talk about the Upper Division States alternative is that recognition of hydrologic shortage. That water users in the upper basin face an average of 1.2 million acre feet of hydrologic shortage, and that reality needs to be considered going forward. That brings me to the alternatives report that Reclamation released just a little over a week ago now. And I want to preface this by saying there's a whole lot in that report. I'm not going to go into it in a lot of detail today. There are a lot of open technical questions, performance questions. There are a lot of open legal and policy questions, and I'm not here to address all of those. But I did want to give a quick overview of the main components that you're going to see in the alternatives. And to start, roughly what you're seeing here is more detail on each of the alternatives that we saw in the matrix that Reclamation released back in November. So to start with the no action alternative or requirement, in the NEPA process, you see a release from Powell of 8.23 million acre feet or higher based on the equalization line, which would increase over time. You see no new conservation mechanisms and reduced releases from me distributed based on priority. Alternative I want to talk about is the federal authorities alternative. And this one is a little bit interesting because what the report says about it is that this is the alternative that Reclamation believes they have the authority to implement today. Push this from the no action alternative because this would be a federal action. However, what Reclamation is saying is that they believe that they have the authorities and the ability to implement this alternative without new agreements or legislation. So what do we see in the federal authorities alternative? A Powell release curve of 5 to 9.5 million acre feet. We see potential releases from the upstream initial units. If Powell is projected to fall below 3525, no new conservation mechanisms. And this is a good time to remind you all that there is, so intentionally created surplus, banking water in Lake Mead for the lower basin that originated with the 07 guidelines and expanded and continued in the drought contingency plan. Those agreements call for those, the lower basin can still kind of tap into that account that they've already created going forward. The 07 guidelines and DCP contemplated that. But this, essentially what this is saying is that there would be no new program like that going forward. And then we would see reduced releases from Mead up to 3.5 million acre feet distributed based on priority in the lower basin. The federal authorities hybrid Powell release curve is complicated. I'm not going to pretend sitting here today that I fully understand exactly how this would work. I think that there are some open questions, but essentially you're looking at 4 factors for the Powell release. You're looking at the physical storage in Powell and Mead, and then they have this target storage distribution curve. So in other words, when the storage in Powell and Mead is at different points, they have different targets. For example, we want more water in Lake Mead at this time. We want more water in Lake Powell at this particular point. Then there's consideration of the preceding 10-year running average of inflow into Lake Powell and consideration of reductions to Mead releases for the upcoming year. So in other words, what kind of reductions are lower basin contractors taking from Mead? And that will also impact your Powell release. Similar to the previous one, there are initial releases contemplated from the initial units, the upstream initial units, if Powell is projected to fall below 3525. And there is a concept of a conservation pool in Lake Powell and also ICS-like mechanism in Lake Mead that would operate differently, but it's the same type of idea. Cooperative conservation. So the next, okay, I'll just start with cooperative conservation. The cooperative conservation alternative incorporates the 7 reservoir concept. So that would be looking at the upstream initial units, Powell and Mead and Havasu and Mojave in the lower basin. And that coupled with this concept of a climate response indicator, which I believe is based on previous year's inflow into Powell or something along those lines. That's what's going to determine the Powell release. And that also is what is going to determine reductions in the lower basin that would go up to potentially 4 million acre feet. There is also this concept of a conservation reserve in Powell and Mead, and similar to all the other alternatives where there is this concept, we are really curious about exactly how that would work and have some outstanding questions about that. Finally, the basin hybrid, you have a Powell release curve ranging from 5 to 12 million acre feet based on Powell elevation. And then this interesting concept of balancing in certain situations. It's different from the way balancing works in the 07 guidelines. It's kind of in a mid elevation area, 3525 to 3560. And that kicks in when there is a 2 million acre foot differential between Powell and Mead. So you're balancing up to 1 million acre feet. Is a conservation mechanism in the upper basin and ICS-like activities in Lake Mead. And upstream initial unit releases contemplated, again, 3525, and up to 2.1 million acre foot reduced releases from Mead. And there are varying scenarios for how exactly that would be distributed. And that was a lot of information. So I think I will return to that. And again, looking forward, we are still digging into this. We're still trying to really understand all of the technical legal policy questions it raises. So we'll be working on that. In the meantime, we will continue meeting with our fellow basin states and working towards areas of consensus. So I'm going to leave things there for now, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Does anybody have any questions or comments? I just had the one on the federal authority one with the reduced releases based on priority. You did say that's based on priority in the lower basin, correct?
Thank you for raising that question. Yes, priority in the lower basin. There's not priority with respect to upper or lower basin. So this is all about how you would distribute reductions among lower basin contractors. Yep. Good question.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Because we got Cole and Michael and Chris for agenda 12.
Great afternoon. For the record, I'm Cole Bedford, Chief Operating Officer for CWCB. This is just an informational item, so no voting or anything like that. This is an update on the American Rescue Plan Act funding, or ARPA, and the ARPA funded programs that CWCB has been administering for about 2.5 years now. So in the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about this one-time funding, the programs that were established with that funding, and then just how successful those programs have been already. You're going to hear from me for a few minutes, then I'm going to hand things off to Michael and then Chris Sturm, and then I'll finish out again at the end. So just by way of background, ARPA was a federal stimulus package. It was signed into law in March 2021. That package included a subset of funding called the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Programs, or an SLFRF. And the state of Colorado received about $3.8 billion in ARPA SLFRF funds. Most of those dollars were appropriated by the General Assembly during the 2022 legislative session. And the bills making those appropriations addressed a whole host of state needs besides water and natural resources. So there were everything from affordable housing to workforce development programs. But among all that legislation in 2022, there were 2 bills that appropriated funds specifically for water initiatives. And those were Senate Bill 22028 and House Bill 221379. And so those 2 bills together appropriated $75 million for 3 separate programs that we've been administering. And you can see those 3 in the breakout table that I have here on the slide. So the first one was the Irrigated Acreage Retirement Program. That's one Director Pearson mentioned this morning that's been doing work in the Republican. And that's also contributed to a key milestone in the Republican recently. It's also been really important to the Rio Grande groundwater sustainability efforts that Director Ullman mentioned this morning. And I just want to call out a few of the folks who have been real key to that program before we dive in too much. So with the Republican River Water Conservation District, their team is Deb Daniel, Rayon McBride, and Peyton Liming. They're running the program out there. And then in the Rio Grande, the point people are Wiley Keller and Amber Pacheco. And then at DWR, they've had a real big involvement in this program and making sure that the retirements are meeting all the needs. Marie Sullivan has been the point person in their organization. The second program that was funded with ARPA is the Technical Assistance Program, and Director Riss talked about all the success that that's had this morning. It's played a big role in getting big federal awards for water projects just in the last couple of weeks. And Michael Reagan is really the heart and soul of that program at CWCB. He's going to talk here in a few minutes. And then the last of the 3 is the Wildfire Ready Watersheds Program. And we haven't talked about that one at all yet today, but it's not going to come as a surprise that Chris Sturm is running a successful watershed program. But even Chris has a team, and he's working with Andrea Harbin Monahan and Steve Reeves, who are doing really heavy lifting on that program at CWCB. These 3 is the Irrigated Acreage Retirement Program. It received $60 million through Senate Bill 22028. And that appropriation was split between 2 $30 million parts. That was meant to support retirement efforts in the basins with the most pressing groundwater sustainability challenges, and those were the Rio Grande Basin and the Republican Basin. That funding became available in July 2022, and by November of 22, CWCB had already put contracts in place with both of those districts, with both the Republican River Water Conservation District and the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. Of contracting with those two districts was that it put the local communities really at the center of those programs. You know, CWCB is managing the funds, DWR is overseeing the well retirement, but the district staff are the folks who live and work and know the communities that are affected by this program. So as of this month, ARPA funds have been drawn down to help retire more than 23,000 acres between the two basins. About 8,000 of that has been in the Rio Grande and about 15,000 of that in the Republican. And it's important to note that the Republicans' total retirement is closer to 17,000, but they've retired some of those acres without the support of ARPA. Their program was in place before that was available. So in terms of acre feet of groundwater saved, that translates to about 35,000 acres, depending on how you look at it. And that's an annual savings every year in both of those basins. And so that program has about $2 million of the original 30 is still remaining in the Rio Grande to be allocated to landowners. They'll get that done by late this year, I think. And in the Republican, they've already allocated all of their dollars. And so that's where the projects bill funding that you've already seen a couple times comes in. So that is what I have on the retirement program. So I'm going to hand it off to Michael here to talk about technical assistance.
Michael Reagan. I'm the program manager for the Federal Technical Assistance Program. This program was created via legislation in spring 2022, Senate Bill 1379. And at that time, there was billions of dollars available in these three pieces of federal legislation. Whoa, I'm way off here. Someone want to help me out? Pieces of federal legislation, there was billions of dollars available, but the idea at the time, DNR recognized and CWCB recognized that just because that funding is available, it's not necessarily easy to get. If you've ever written a federal grant or tried to navigate the federal grant process, you know it can be really challenging. So the idea was that CWCB would be awarded funding, $5 million in ARPA funds. We in turn would award that to grantees and help them with their projects in a couple ways. First of all, we would help them on the front end with kind of the nuts and bolts aspects of the projects themselves and help them with feasibility studies and design and engineering, GIS work, permitting, stuff like that to kind of improve the projects themselves. And then we could help grantees on the other end of the process by helping them hire grant writers and write really competitive federal grant applications and hopefully leverage as many of those federal dollars as possible and bring them back to Colorado. We were required to, the legislation required us to offer two types of grants, as you can see here. The local capacity grants are direct awards to grantees. Many water managers have longstanding relationships with engineers and other water experts who they've worked with for many years and they trust, and they want to hire and continue to develop their projects with them. So these were direct awards to people who could hire their own contractors to improve their projects. The legislation also required us to create a kind of one-stop shop, kind of an interesting idea. We went through an RFP process and hired a group called Apt Global. They were Apt Associates at the time, they're now Apt Global, and they're really experts at the federal grant process and navigating that process and writing applications. So we contracted with Apt. Apt in turn subcontracted with several really prominent Colorado engineering firms so that they had a regional water engineering presence. And in that way, Apt was able to provide a whole suite of materials of application stuff to our grantees. Just one sec. A lot of work in summer 2022. Anna was my boss at the time, and she and I did a lot of heavy lifting that summer. We began accepting applications in fall 2022. One of the key things we did early in the process was require people to do a pre-meeting with us. So before people would even apply, they would meet with me and Anna, and we would talk our way through their projects, find ways that we could help them, see if they were a good fit for the program. If not, we would refer them to one of CWCB's other programs, perhaps water plan grants or something like that. That turned out to be a really smart idea. We were able to preempt all kinds of problems, help people refine their applications. Many people submitted draft applications to us after that meeting, and we were able to help them say, look, when the review committee looks at this, they're going to have questions about X, Y, Z, maybe emphasize that a little bit more in your application. Program rolled out in summer 2022. It was a rolling application. We received applications whenever people were ready to submit them. And the work was pretty steady between fall 2022 and December 2024. We received a total of about 40 applications and we awarded 30 grants. That's a pretty high success rate and we're pretty happy about that. It's pretty efficient. We were able, by meeting with people ahead of time, we were able to develop really efficient grants that we were able to fund. The pre-meetings also helped us sort out a bunch of projects that weren't a good fit for our program, but we were able to refer to someone else. So of our grantees, to date, they've submitted about 24 federal aid applications, requesting a total of $146 million. We've had pretty good success so far. As of January, 9 grantees have received a total of $77.1 million. Probably need to put an asterisk on that after last week, but we're hopeful that that funding will come through and the grantees will actually receive that funding to advance their water projects. There's a really cool shelf life effect of these grants. By funding people and helping them with engineering and grant applications, the grantees own that work. And so they might've submitted a water, say we funded someone for a 60% design and a 100-page Water Smart grant application. They didn't get the grant application, they did get the grant. Oh, well, Water Smart's really competitive. They still own that engineering and that 100-page application, and they can continue to use those materials for the next several grant cycles, just cycle after cycle after cycle, submitting grants. So we expect those grant application numbers to go up. Several grantees also have not yet submitted their grants. We knew in a few cases that it was going to be kind of a protracted process. It was going to take people a couple of years to get their grants up and running. We're okay with that. The projects to the review committee seemed important enough and would impact enough people that it seemed like a good idea. So we expect the grant application numbers to go up. And then that, like I said, that shelf life effect will help people down the road. They can continue to submit applications. So where are we now? We've awarded all $5 million of the dollars that we had for grants, minus a little bit for operating costs, not too much. We had some staff costs and stuff like that. You might recall in November, this board approved $500,000 in non-reimbursable investments for the TAFC program. We'd like to revive that program. Obviously, there's a long way to go on the long bill, but if that funding projects bill, if that funding stays in the projects bill and the projects bill is approved in May, we'd like to roll out the TAFC program, which is roughly similar to the Federal Technical Assistance Program. Cole and I are starting next week to review the program guidance and see where we want to take TAFC based on our experience with Federal Technical Assistance and the need that we've seen in the last couple of years. If we do need to make significant changes to the program guidance for TAFC, we'd come before this board again in May, present that to you and hopefully get your approval for that. So that's the status of the program. We're really happy. We've been able to help all kinds of grantees, really small groups. We made awards to people, Trout Unlimited, American Rivers. We made awards to very small grantee, the Sangre de Cristo Asequi Association in Southwestern Colorado is this tiny group that has a really great mission around cultural heritage and education. We're really happy to be able to help a wide spectrum of grantees like that. And that's what I had for today. Any questions? If not, Chris is up.
Just for Michael? Oh, yes, please, Nate.
Thanks, Michael. Really, really exciting to see results coming back into this. Not so much a question, but just wanted to point out for folks that $5 million invested in the program and so far 77 million coming back into Colorado. That's a 15-to-1 return on investment so far. And there's still a lot of grants out there. So really well done to Michael and the whole CWCB team. It's really amazing to see the returns coming in for this program.
And just on that, Michael, do we have any idea what what amount federal funding is still outstanding, what we could still get?
I don't know. I don't have that number. I can do some digging and get back to you.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chris?
Okay, good afternoon. Chris Durham for the record. Moving on. These slides. Am I moving in the wrong direction? Okay. I was like Michael stole my thunder by going through agenda item 13, but going backwards too. Wildfire ready watersheds, and I'm going to get into more detail on this on agenda item 13. But we were able to contract the full 10 million. It was a little scary there for a while. We were actively beating the bushes and promoting the program. I think most everybody in here has seen the presentation several times. You're probably wondering why you're going to see it again next agenda item. But I promise I have new stuff. But we ended up with 20 wildfire ready action plans and 10 active projects. So there were some folks out there that were pretty far ahead in their planning and had plans that were similar to wildfire ready action plans. So we're already able to move forward with actual implementation of projects. So it's all obligated, and I think it's all contracted now. I really want to thank Nate Pearson for his guidance at the beginning of this whole thing, because I saw that when I saw 10 million being proposed in legislation, I was really afraid that we were going to have to spend all this money really quickly. And what I've learned is when it comes to planning, we don't want to rush too much. You put the plans together, the plans identify the projects. When the projects are identified, then we can move pretty quickly. But Nate was really helpful when we were building the legislation, and it felt like the only really strict timeline was getting the money allocated to our grantees, but now they are actively working on the plans. Finish this up.
Up on those three really different programs, but all funded from the same source. The reason for the timing of this presentation is that the deadline for obligating all $75 million that was available for the three programs was December 31st of 24. And the threat there was if it was not obligated, if there was not a contract for every grant in either program, that could go back to the federal government. And every dollar of that was contracted and obligated before that deadline. So that gave us a little bit of a breathing room from now. The next big deadline will be December 31st of 2026, and that'll be to have all of the funds expended. And so all three of these programs are going to continue, even though all the projects have been identified. Those are going to continue for the next 2 years until, middle of 26. We're not going to bring this right to the deadline. That's when all of that funding needs to be spent. So these will be ongoing for a little while. And I know Michael took some questions already. I'm happy to take some on any of this. I'm sure Chris is too, if you have any.
Questions? I think we're good.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole.
Okay, agenda item 13. Again, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record. I'm going to be updating you on where we are with the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. And just a quick reminder that the pathway towards getting the funding out was through a special release of the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program. We've had several special releases of that over the years. And when we think about the work we did in flood recovery after 2013, I think we're close to nearly $100 million of funds released out of that program. But today we're talking wildfire ready watersheds. And just a reminder of what we were tasked to do. You guys all know this for the most part, but we were tasked with doing a statewide analysis of our susceptibility to post-wildfire hazards. And then we also decided that we were going to advance a framework for the locals. to do this analysis at a very small, at a much smaller scale than statewide. And that's mostly what I'm going to be talking about today. Just a reminder of the results from the statewide analysis. As we go from green to red, that means higher presence of those values at risk and higher likelihood that we'll experience post-wildfire hazards. So you can see that a big portion of the state is pretty susceptible to post-wildfire hazards. You know, if you don't think in terms of small watersheds, here's that same data aggregated by county that shows our susceptibility. The Wildfire Ready Action Plans, those 20 plans that we have going right now. In your memo, I told you I was going to update you on a few things, including their locations. I have a map for that. But stakeholder dynamics, the first two pieces of this. We've been building stakeholder groups in this state for a long time, long before I even started for the board. And what I've seen in this process is something new to me and kind of unique, is that a lot of these groups coming together are being led by forest collaboratives. In fact, we've got one Wildfire Ready Action Plan in the Roaring Fork Basin where we said this is a good application. We want to move forward with the planning. Can we introduce you to some folks that work with water? It was completely new for them to have water folks at the table. It was all forest collaborative folks. We've got some other examples too, and I'll show you those on the map. But this is just quickly the tasks that are in the scope of work, and we'll get into that in more detail in this presentation. The 20 active Wildfire Ready Action Plans around the state. I have an underlay there of those, the statewide susceptibility, to give you an idea of where we're doing planning relative to what our statewide susceptibility analysis showed us. These plans ended up being a lot bigger than we thought they were going to be. You can see some small ones there, like the one down there by Colorado Springs. That's being led by Colorado Springs Utilities. Very small watershed above a couple of their reservoirs. We've got a small one on the Bear River and the Yampa White Basin, but most of these are a lot bigger than we thought. And that kind of has forced us to pivot in how we're handling some of this susceptibility analysis. We've had to make some compromises because the things are getting pretty expensive. It's in there too, and we're going to talk about that towards the end of this presentation on how we get some things going in these gap areas. But I have been pretty pleased with the response that we've gotten and the progress that we've had. The plan down there towards Colorado Springs is complete. And there's a star on that one because they came back into the same ARPA funding to get a project grant. So they completed their Wildfire Ready Action Plan. They identified some projects, and they were looking at the area above the reservoir and saw a lot of opportunity to do riverscape restoration. And riverscape restoration is channel floodplain connectivity. There was a lot of evidence of beaver activity in there in the past. There's none now. The channel was deeply, deeply incised in its floodplain. So the plan was to go in, and they're doing it right now, and do a lot of wet meadow restoration, grade that channel bed elevation, do some beaver dam analogs, reconnect it. They're also doing, and this is how they're leveraging the funding from the CWCB, a large amount of fuels treatment in the area as well. So forest thinning on the periphery of this floodplain and actually bringing those materials into the project in the riverscape. So if you see Mark Shea this week at Colorado Water Congress, I don't think it'd be inappropriate for you to say, hey, Mark, why don't you buy me a beer and tell us about your project? Because they really are doing a nice job with this one, and pleased that they are one of the first wraps out of the gate. The other one, which is, I think, no, not Steamboat Front. Somewhere up there in the Yampa Basin, a small one. Jeff, do you see the number on that one? Wrap. That one is just in draft right now, just about complete. Really nice project being led by the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District. Andy Rossi's done a very nice job with his consultants on this one, and they've identified some really good projects. And Mr. Pearson told us about the co-swap program this morning and how there's some funding out of that program that's specifically allocated for folks that are working on RAPs. And Andy and the Upper Yampa group were successful in getting some of that funding in their first release of it. And I believe they're part of this application for the second piece of it. So that's a partnership that I'm real proud of. I'm really proud of DNR for facilitating that for us. And as you see these areas that are going through these wildfire ready action plans, to know that not only are they working towards funding from the CWCB for program project implementation, they're being competitive in other grant programs because they're working on these RAPs. Next, we're going to get into a little bit more detail on some of the challenges we've had with the technical analysis and how we've adapted to that. I've brought in Jeff Sickles, who is our head consultant. He leads our, what a lot of folks call the TA team, if you're working in watershed circles, our technical assistance team. Jeff is in his 10th year supporting the CWCB in our efforts related to watershed health. He reluctantly led the flood recovery team after 2013 that started in 2015. And I was impressed with that because a group of folks got together and asked him if he wanted to lead it. And, you know, I prescribe to the theory of I don't want to belong to any group that'll have me as a member. And I think Jeff was feeling kind of the same way when he was chosen for that, but he really stepped up. Jeff grew up in Colorado. He got his education in Colorado. He started his engineering career in Colorado. He started his own engineering firm in this state, which was Ingenuity, that helped us in flood recovery. Now he has sold his company to Olson Associates and is the lead for our Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. So I thought it'd be great for you guys to meet Jeff and have him walk us through some of the slides.
Jeff Sickles. I'm a technical expert at Olson and Water Resources. So since we kind of did the statewide analysis through 2022 and also built out the framework for the wildfire ready action plans that are being implemented, kind of starting in 2023, we saw the grantees come in, sponsors come in and start implementing the program. And certainly we weren't done at the end of 2022. There's a lot of technical challenges, ways that we were going to actually do these analyses, and working with the consultants that were working for the sponsors, working with the technical assistance team itself. We've got a fantastic technical assistance team I get to work with. Part of that team came over from flood recovery, so we built a lot of relationships there. But helping on the technical assistance team, right, water engineers, Round River Design with Michael Blazewicz, Watershed Science and Design with Katie Yacht. I'm sure you've heard their names before with the State Fluvial Hazard Zone Protocol Program, and SGM and several others. So a fantastic team that we've been working with. And one of the things I mentioned, I'd kind of given a presentation about susceptibility and wildfire ready up at the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds Conference this last year, is that we all like to know or think about the fact that we never walk into a room trying to be the smartest one in the room. We're all smarter because of who we're sitting next to. And that's the way the technical assistance team has always run. So it's been a great experience kind of working with Chris and his team, who are all part of that group. And we all make ourselves better and kind of continue to improve the program. So a little bit on the technical side with susceptibility, post-fire, what we're thinking about with that is where things are likely to go wrong and how bad is it going to be. So working through the RAP process, the two critical elements that teams are putting together are that values at risk database. So that's capturing all of the assets within any given study watershed, whether it be dams and reservoirs, diversion structures, homes, structures, critical facilities, all of those go into that values at risk geodatabase. And then the other critical component is completing the post-fire risk analysis. So looking at post-fire hydrology, flood after fire, debris flow, sedimentation, and erosion zones. So once we have those two things together, we essentially are running an intersection of those two data sets. And we come up with what we're calling a susceptibility geodatabase that tells us where different assets are at risk. detailed level what that looks like. This is a specific example of reservoirs and dams, and these are the data sets that are coming out of that hazard analysis. So for every asset, we've looked at whether or not we think we can run an intersection analysis to understand what the severity of that risk might be to post-fire hazards. So in this example, we look at, say, hydrologic change and say, we know we're going to get increased runoff. We're going to get changes in those hydrographs. Those might affect how dams operate. They may affect their outlet works. They may affect their emergency spillways. So that's a hazard that we said, yes, we could run an intersection analysis on that and kind of make a judgment call on how bad that is. Sometimes we come up with things when we think about flood after fire, we're thinking about inundation, we're thinking about flood depths. And against a reservoir, there's not really something to be measured there. We're already kind of capturing that with hydrologic change. So while we're still doing that flood after fire analysis, we aren't doing a straight up intersection on reservoirs and dams. Another one that is an intersection we run is looking at debris flow coming down off of the hill slopes into the reservoir or being transported into the reservoir itself because it can damage infrastructure, can damage those outlet works. And we look at those intersections. Erosion zones definitely generate a lot of sediment material that comes down, but the direct impact isn't there. So we move that over and say, we're going to include that with that sediment delivery, hill slope erosion. So we literally go through every single asset and look at these kind of hazards and say, are we going to run this intersection? And so you kind of see there, we're running 3 out of the 5 intersections. And when we run those, we're looking at the severity of that risk itself. So we look at the impact, which is kind of a weighted prioritization of those values at risk throughout the watershed, really working with the communities so that they can kind of give us that community impact score. So something like a reservoir, especially if it doesn't have redundancy for water supply, is going to be 10 at an exigent, that's a critical level. On the risk severity side, we're looking at what does that post-fire risk look like, and how does it pose a threat to that infrastructure? And a good way, easy way of thinking about this is if I was a homeowner and I had a structure along the river, and if I was in the 2-year post-fire floodplain versus the 25-year post-fire floodplain, I'd have a lot higher severity score because I have a lot higher probability that I'm going to see my house get flooded versus, those bigger events. Oh, maybe that may or may not happen. So for every asset we've run an intersection, we have a score from 1 to 100 on those. And so throughout the watershed, we've got assets as part of that susceptibility geodatabase with scores against each of those hazards. So from there, what we've done is we developed what I'm calling the gridded risk identification procedure. Got to have an acronym, right? So it's the GRIP. We're doing RAPs and now we got GRIPs. And so we take all of that underlying data and we aggregate it to this grid that you're seeing here. This grid's about 1/10 of a square mile hexagons. And now I can start to see in a broad watershed where I have high risk to post-fire hazards. I can look at this through several different lenses. I can look at it by hazard. I can look at it by asset. But that provides a visual understanding throughout the watershed of where we have those problems. And what we saw after 2020, when the recovery efforts were happening, folks like the NRCS and the local recovery, they didn't even know where to start. They didn't know where they had assets at risk. And this gives them that head start. And underneath all of that, and you can kind of see this little box as the underlying assets. Within each one of those grids, we have each specific asset rated against those hazards. So you can get into that level of detail, but these watersheds are quite big. And this is actually the post-fire analysis we did for the Alexander fire this last year. But this is what we've been kind of encouraging and providing guidance on in developing this. And this is, once we get through the susceptibility analysis, this is the basis to move on to understanding where we need to do pre-fire projects and post-fire projects. It makes sense. Post-fire, you get it. We've already kind of figured out where that risk is, but pre-fire, now we can start going up in the watershed, looking at the watersheds that have, significant changes to their post-fire hazards and where we have that risk, and start thinking about the type of mitigation that we're going to do. So I'm going to hand this back to Chris.
That I'm really glad that you had the Alexander Mountain Fire example here, because one thing that I'm hoping that we could better understand as we move forward with these plans is kind of where we are baseline. After the Alexander Mountain fire, we used a lot of the same stuff that we're using in pre-fire preparedness to analyze what happened in that fire. But we didn't know what the hydrology looked like there before the fire. So we didn't know the departure of flows between pre and post, had to go through all of that. There were some unique things about the Alexander Mountain fire. It was the biggest fire in 2024, just under 10,000 acres. It didn't have a huge impact on hydrology. And as Jeff put the grip up here, the gridded matrix, you know, some folks in Larimer County looked at it and were like, well, we see some things that are at risk. We're like, these are things that have been at risk since before the fire. So getting this baseline is incredibly important for us to understand, like, where are we now? What can we start implementing now to address risk? And how bad is it going to be after fire? When I first started this program with Jeff, we came to you with a presentation, and I promised you that we were going to do a pilot wrap on our own, and maybe even two. And as we got deeper into it, I realized that it'd probably be better for us to partner with an existing wrap. And that's what we did with the Middle Colorado Watershed Council, who just finished. They were one of the first awards out there. They just finished their plan. They had their own consultant team on it. Our team worked with them. It was a really interesting collaboration. We always talk about collaborating as stakeholders to bring projects forward. This was collaborating as consultants to start perfecting a procedure to do these plans. And that's where Jeff's gridded matrix came up with. So here it is in an actual plan. The Middle Colorado group has a really nice story map, and they have sub-watersheds where you can look at the individual values at risk and their susceptibility based on different hazards. And then here's the aggregate of it all. That plan also identifies projects. That's what we're after. What do we need to start doing to mitigate these risks? Glasses for this one. Identification. Struggling with, we've been hearing back from consultants that are working on wraps. How do you want us to, what type of projects are we talking about? So we've been working on this. What you're looking at here is in draft. We haven't released this to our grantees yet. It's going to be out really soon. But we're trying to get to a level of detail, just like in this spreadsheet on the right here, where we talk about what are the different types of mitigation projects that we're going to be implementing. What could be done before, what could be done after, what makes sense to be done before or after. And we've got kind of these two major headings, like operational actions or physical actions. And under operational actions, there's administrative things that can be done. We're talking about having a look at your water rights portfolio. Is there diversity in there? Can you supply water? If you lose one source, can you get water from another source and supply that to your community? Protection of natural areas. There's a lot of areas on the landscape that are functioning very well and will work well after fire. These are areas that are worth identifying and protecting in some way. So that's an administrative action that can be made. There's a lot of education and outreach. Communities can identify where their insurance gaps are, connecting with other plans. We're reviewing an application for a wildfire ready action plan in the Conejos watershed right now, where they want to do that with the community wildfire protection plan. I'm very intrigued by that application. There's a lot of benefits for doing the plans together and a lot of similar data that they're looking at together. Another administrative action is warning systems. Jeff and I have developed with the team a template scope of work for installing a warning system. It's not really easy to put together after a disaster if you don't know what you're doing. And there's lots of things that we can learn out of those. Stream flow data, rainfall, water quality, soil moisture. Some of these systems make sense to install before disaster because we want to know things that these gauges tell us outside of disaster response. There's a lot of desire to understand soil moisture conditions, for example, or just knowing where they need to be located after a disaster. There may be NEPA involved with locating it on federal land. So That's kind of some administrative actions. The physical actions, I think riverscape restoration, wet meadow restoration, headwater restoration, it's getting a lot of press these days, and a lot of folks are pretty excited about it. That community is gung-ho. I know that in our small watershed health community, it seems to dominate most topics. I think there's a lot that could be done in this realm to make our watersheds more resilient, but it is certainly not everything. And it needs to be paired with other types of projects. Burn severity mitigation is important. Mine waste mitigation. We have a lot of mines out there, and believe it or not, the Watershed Restoration Program does help with those. We do a lot of work to reroute flows outside of mine tailings, so we're not bringing those downstream. But you start thinking about changes in hydrology and debris flows after a fire relative to where these mines are located, and then we got some serious problems. So identifying those in advance and figuring out which ones could cause the most problems is incredibly important. And then infrastructure improvements. This is the stuff that doesn't get enough press, in my opinion, and I think this is where the most gains can be had, and where we as water leaders can start communicating with our local governments to talk about what could be done here. And some examples here are road crossing upgrades, things that can be put in capital improvement budgets that should be identified in community comprehensive plans. How many folks have been through a comprehensive plan with their local community and are talking about these types of things? This is the time to get it in as we identify these projects, get them into comp plans. Consolidation of redundant structures. I know this is a tough one, but we have to take a look at this, and it could involve a lot of our divergent structures. Relocation of emergency services. We have a lot of fire stations and other emergency services that are actually located in the areas that are likely to be impacted during floods, debris flows, and other hazards. Reservoir outlet and inlet upgrades, or reservoir forebays. This is basically what Colorado Springs Utilities is doing with their project. That forebay is not connected to the reservoir. It's a wet meadow restoration, but I consider that as a mitigation forebay for that reservoir now. There's other ways of looking at that, other engineering that can be done on that too. And road decommissioning. There's more stuff on the list. I won't bore you with all of it, but I just want you to know these are things that we're thinking about, that we're pushing out to our grantees so that they're identifying it in these plans. Way of looking at it, if you're more of a visual thinker, the projects don't work with each other, really gives us the maximum benefit of it all. So you're bringing different stakeholders together for the planning process, forest collaboratives and water conservancy districts, water suppliers, watershed groups. They're identifying all these projects. And then that's a time when the stakeholder groups could break up and say, well, you know, my jam really isn't forest thinning. We don't do that. But you foresters go off in your little sub-stakeholder group and take care of that. We're going to take care of some riverscape restoration, and we're going to bring CDOT into this to look at some infrastructure improvements and some roadway crossing improvements. Up here, just a different way of visualizing it. Again, you guys have heard me say this, a mosaic of different projects across the landscape. I think we're getting this through to other funders. As I talk to other funders out there, they like the idea of being flexible and allowing something that they don't fund to count as match for something that they do fund. I think that's how we're going to pull this off at scale. Up again, just to bring this to an end, I said we were going to talk about the different groups. But we were also going to talk about some gap areas. There's some obvious gap areas here relative to the statewide susceptibility analysis. And just wanted to present some potential options on how we can fill those gap areas. I'm not looking for solutions today, but would like everybody in the room to think about it. I know that I could do some more outreach to the existing watershed groups in these gap areas. There's a few areas here where I thought I was going to get applications and they didn't come through for whatever reason. So I need to follow up with those groups again. We've done some unique things with other types of watershed planning where we can't find a group in a specific geography to move a plan forward. And we reach out to a different group, a bigger group like the River Network or a statewide or a nationwide nonprofit, and see if they'd be willing and come into a watershed and work with the locals in there to start the dialogue to come up with a vision in a stakeholder group. So that's an option to do that as well. It's worked with stream management planning. We do have one on Plum Creek where we couldn't find a group, and the River Network put that together with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and that's working pretty well. So definitely going to look at that. I still don't think that's going to get us to all of these areas. Some of these counties are such high priority that I've actually started a little collaboration with the Colorado Geological Survey, and I have them building data sets that I know that we need to do this analysis. So they're mapping alluvial fans in some of the counties that don't have RAPs going right now. That alluvial fan mapping is kind of a proxy for debris flow pathways. So just being prepared by creating the data we need to do the analysis. And then the last piece is, do we consider state-driven plans? During flood recovery, we didn't have the capacity for the locals to do all of the designs on their own for the recovery. And Jeff and his team design projects that then we pass those designs on to the locals, and they hired contractors to build them. So that's something to consider as well. I'm sure there's other things on that list that I'm missing, but just want y'all to know that I am trying to come up with ideas on how to fill these gap areas. And why am I trying to do that? For a lot of different reasons, but for one reason, the really practical reason, is whenever money's available, I see this like scramble to get all this money, and I start looking at the projects and I get really nervous that they weren't vetted through the stakeholders and that we're building things that maybe aren't as good as they could be. And the more plans that we have ready now and projects identified in the plans, the better we are equipped to go after that big federal money when it is available and actually build things that we think are going to make a difference in our state. So that's one of the big reasons I want to get as many plans together, because we just never know when this money's going to come in. And I feel like a lot of folks that have money right now feel like they have to spend it as fast as they possibly can, or they're going to lose it. I certainly hope they have good projects. With that, I'll end the presentation. Thank you for your time and open it up for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Does anybody have any questions? I was going to ask you, when you talk about having good vetted plans, what's the expiration on a plan as things change, as if you've got beetle kill and the forest changes and the condition change, or is there an expiration date to making these plans? do they have a lifespan?
Chair Combs, I was hoping somebody would ask that question. Thank you so much. My first response, kind of tongue in cheek, but for real, it's like, oh, please don't ask me about updating your plan before you've come in to implement some of it. Because I see a lot of that. Like, what's the schedule to implement these plans, Chris? So like, well, could we start building some of this stuff so we could learn from it? But what I'm advising folks, and not just for wildfire ready action plans, but for all of our watershed plans, is to keep the process open. So that if you're identifying new things, there's new data to bring in, or even new projects that you hadn't discussed before, there's an avenue for the stakeholder group to get together, discuss it, and add it to the existing plan without having to go through the whole planning process again, and maybe be a little bit more efficient with folks' time and money on that. But I don't have an answer for we should do this every 5 or 10 years. I really just want to see some robust implementation and some monitoring to inform some updates.
Thank you. Anyone else have any? Oh, yes, please, Director.
I guess you mentioned, Chris, concern about, the plans coming forward and you wondering, well, how much stakeholder engagement was there? In other words, maybe how much buy-in, how much sort of social skin in the game? Just, are you providing best practices or guidance on how to do that? Or is that just whatever each community deems best, and you just sort of note it, I guess, as it comes through the door.
Director Felt, we're certainly providing best guidance on our knowledge to date on building these groups. And I provide an example of the forest collaboratives that came together and said they wanted to move forward with a plan. And we were really impressed with that, but said, you don't have any water entities on the plan. So we sat down with them and identified those stakeholders that we thought prudent to bring into it. But by and large, in this process, I've been pretty impressed with the way these groups are building their stakeholders, mostly because they can't find the match, which is only 25% of the total cost of the plan, but they are opening as many doors as they can, knocking on the doors, I should say, to see if they could get match. And what that's doing is bringing in a lot of local government. And so that match comes in $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 at a time, if you're lucky. So they're talking to a lot of the folks in their local community. But we are bringing best practices based on our knowledge, but we're scientists and engineers. So I'm always looking for folks that have ideas about how the stakeholder process could be improved.
Okay, is that it? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And then just real quick, I want to publicly thank Jeff Sickles for his dedication to this program and all the stuff he's done for the state of Colorado. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, we will take a 15-minute break and be back at 3:15. So we'll start just a little bit early.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll get going here. If it's all right, we'll go on to agenda item 14 on the construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund. Kirk.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. And before I get into my money conversation, I wanted to share with the board an opportunity that my staff had. And oh, and by the way, if the report that I put out was mailed out this morning, so if you needed time to pull that up now. But I wanted to share with you some fun pictures that we experienced. Steve Pope, the Uncompahgre Area Water Users Association General Manager, which is Steve Anderson's successor, reached out, and I've had this offer for a couple of years, many years actually, that we could take a tour of the Gunnison Tunnel in the winter. And every winter, it seems like, you know, we batten down the hatches in Denver. We're not tough like you all and start traveling around. And so it was always difficult to find a time to miss the snowstorms and get out to take a tour of that tunnel. But I wanted to share some pictures. First off, I've got the greatest staff in the world. The trip was awesome. The experience was awesome. And a huge thank you to Steve Pope for taking the time out of his day to drive us through. I think he's done several tours, and maybe some of you have taken that. But screenshot there of us getting ready to enter the tunnel. If you could advance it for me, Anna. There's Steve Pope driving through, Mimi Winter in the passenger seat, making sure we keep it on the straight and narrow. Next slide. Traveling through, and Steve provided some information about the original construction, including some prisoners that started the project, and then they switched over to using some different labor. And you'll see some amazing, it's just crazy how straight this thing is. The width of the bottom of that is about the width of the wheels on the Ford truck that Steve's driving us in. It's a normal truck. We're sitting in the bed in that first picture. You can advance to the next slide. What's interesting is the different shapes of the tunnel as you go through that. The one on the left being concrete and formed, and the one on the right, they left the granite alone, and it looks in great shape. If I could evaluate a tunnel with my knowledge of tunneling. It was another interesting story. Steve told us about some cracks that were looked at by the Bureau of Reclamation, and we're driving through it. You can't see cracks here, but we engineers are looking for concrete cracks, and the entire way we're seeing a massive crack along it, and he's not telling us that's the crack we're worried about. So we were a little suspicious that maybe some additional cracking's occurring, but nope, it's nothing to worry about. So continue through. I didn't get a picture of the actual concerned crack, but it was about, I don't know, 5 by 5 piece of chunk that was kind of coming forward into the tunnel, and they used a couple straps and it come along and ratcheted it tight and moved on. So all was good. Interesting repair for a tunnel. Next slide. And this is what you do when you run out of gas in the truck. You hoof it the rest of the way. Not true. We're at the end of the tunnel, taking the last few steps as we entered the east portal, which is the canyon of the Gunnison. Next slide. The east portal and the diversion into the river. The tunnel holds about 11 CFS. No, 11,000 CFS. Not true. 1,100 CFS. Sorry, had one extra zero in there. Yep, and you can see very simple diversion. We got to see some of the components that divert off the river. Next slide. Stuff is 120 years old. Here's how you make an 87-point turn in a tunnel to go the other direction. You can see Zach and myself helping Steve, and he's growling at us like, I know how to do this. I've got it. A little bump here and there, but we did get that pickup turned around. It was interesting. I asked the staff to send me their pictures, and I thought this was a mistake. You know, one of those, oh, it's just a picture that was in my lap accidentally. But if you look really close at the tiny white dot, that's about, I think it's close to 5 miles away. We were able to turn off the lights and see how straight that is. It's just unbelievable, the abilities they had 120 years ago to drill 2 different directions and line this up like a gun barrel. Just phenomenal. So
It's 5.8 miles, Kurt.
oh, okay.
From the gate to the entrance there, yeah.
5.8 miles and yeah, straight as an arrow. Just incredible. Next slide. Leaving the tunnel on the west end again. They don't have any ventilation in it, which is amazing. And I think it's probably likely because of the temperature differential on both ends. Director McLeod, you may know otherwise, but it's just amazing. They don't have to ventilate this, even with the exhaust of the truck. It takes care of itself. Next slide. Slide as we depart the tunnel. And I think that's it. Is that correct, Anna? Thank you. But again, just an awesome experience. We were fortunate to take, in addition to the finance team through the tunnel, Ashley Garrison and Laura Spann were able to meet us out there and do that. So just a great experience. Took about, we paid attention. I think Matt clocked us coming out. Took us about 35, 40 minutes to come back out. I think we were driving a little faster out than we were going in. But anyway, thank you for enjoying those slides. It was a great experience. All right, let's talk about money. There's not a lot of highlights in the construction fund and severance tax message this go around, where we seem to be moving as assumed we would through collecting principal and interest payments. Nothing of surprise. The last time we met, we talked about the impacts to the funds from balancing the budget. And one item I would point out, so if you look across line number 3 of construction fund, you look across that line under projections, under the parenthesis $1 million, there's that 11.5 million. That 11.5 is my projection. There was a different projection in the budget efforts, but it's pretty close. It's about $10 million. And that is the proposed sweep from the construction fund treasury interest. And so that's the number I use. That's my projected interest. The treasury changes a little bit over the course of time. And also our fund balance. As you can imagine, payments are coming in, payments are going out. And so that is my best estimate without any sweep. And so that'll be impacted if that budget gets approved. So you can see if you carry that down under the projection, I use this table to figure out how much we have available for new loans in the construction fund. If you look at row project loans for March, I've got 5 million in there. We won't be taking out any more loans out of construction fund if that budget gets approved, and it'll actually put me in about a $5 million deficit. Again, telling you not to worry about it because not everybody's going to come in for money at the same time to sweep this down. So that's where the impact would be to this fund. So switching over to severance tax. That same number that I showed you on construction fund, that is not impacted. The severance tax perpetual base fund does not get swept its treasury interest. So that'll stay as is, as I'm showing it on this page. And then you can see line 12 again, that $70 million. That's what takes me down to a zero balance at the end. And that's, again, assuming we haven't promised it to anybody else. That's how much this board still has available to loan through the next 2 board meetings. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we'll get to hear Joshua and Zach, the new loans that we've got coming in.
Any questions for Kurt? Okay.
Thank you.
Kurt.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Zachary Salen with CWCB staff. This is agenda item 15A, a water project loan request for the Sawatch Augmentation Project from the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, Special Improvement District Number 5, located in Sawatch County. Augmentation project is located along Sawatch Creek in Division 3. The borrower is the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, Special Improvement District Number 5, also known as Subdistrict Number 5. Subdistrict Number 5's water activity enterprise is seeking a loan of $6,093,330 from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. The terms for this loan will be 30 years at an interest rate of 2.15%. And in reviewing this project and preparing the memo, I've worked with Chris Ivers, the program manager of Subdistrict Number 5. Background, we're showing the project site here. It's actually adjacent to a prior water right purchase by Subdistrict Number 5, shown with the green triangles. The wells listed for purchase under this project are shown in blue on the screen. The Sawatch Augmentation Project is located approximately 3 miles south of the town of Sawatch, and the subdistrict currently operates under an annual replacement plan, which must demonstrate a sufficient source of replacement water available to replace injurious stream depletions resulting from groundwater withdrawals. If this sounds very familiar, you heard Director Ullman explaining a lot of this in his presentation on the Rio Grande Basin and the San Luis Valley. Will enable Subdistrict 5 to augment their stream depletions to Sawatch Creek under their annual replacement plan, which are occurring because of the groundwater withdrawals in the subdistrict. This project will purchase 4 groundwater well rights and will include drilling up to 3 additional augmentation wells, which will increase the subdistrict's supply of replacement water and the capacity to deliver that water in the time and place it is needed, as dictated by the projected updates to the Rio Grande Decision Support System groundwater model. The Rio Grande Decision Support System is currently undergoing an update into the 7th iteration, and there's been a lot of discussion between the modelers and members of the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. On December 8th, 2024, the Alamosa Citizen published the transcript of a meeting between Willem Schroeder, a CU professor who's doing the modeling for that system, and the members of Subdistrict Number 1. And I found that it was a fascinating article because it provided a lot of insight into the modeling changes that are going into this next iteration. But one important takeaway was that augmentation should occur as close to the point of groundwater pumping as possible, particularly in the area of Sawatch Creek. This project proposes to do exactly that, discharging augmentation water to Sawatch Creek only a few dozen feet from the well where it was pumped. It is planned to begin in spring 2025, with the purchase of the rights, and is expected to be complete in summer of 2026. The project financials, the total project cost would be $6,033,000, and this loan is for the total project cost plus the 1% service fee, bringing us to a total loan of $6,093,330. Then the loan terms again will be 30 years at 2.15%. Our financial ratios indicate that Subdistrict Number 5 is a typical borrower, and Subdistrict Number 5 has 1 loan expected to begin repayment in spring 2026. And this borrower has worked with us in the past, and they understand how we work and what our requirements for our borrowers are. The loan will consist of a pledge of their assessment revenues backed by a rate covenant and the project itself in compliance with policy number 5. Is our staff recommendation for the project as stated on the first page of your memo. CWCB staff recommends that the board approve agenda item 15A, a loan for up to $6,093,330 for costs related to the Sawatch Augmentation Project from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. Questions about this project? I'm happy to answer them. And then we also have Chris Ivers, who is the program manager for subdistrict number 5. He's here to also help us answer any questions you might have, voice his support for this project and for the funding opportunities that this board provides. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Does anybody have any questions? Any concerns? Director Phelps?
I do have a question, and I don't want to get way down in the weeds, but I was trying to understand that. So you're retiring those wells, and then you're sort of going to move. You're gonna move the pumping, amount of pumping, up to adjacent to the creek, and is the goal, I guess I was wondering how much the goal is to protect surface water rights versus, protecting the aquifer, maybe both, but it just seemed to me that when you are going to be pumping up there by the creek, that at least in our experience on the Arkansas, you'd probably, you would be both augmenting the stream and depleting the stream at the same time. Period of time, because especially with the well so close to the creek. So I don't know. I was just wondering if you could say a little more, Chris, maybe about the mechanics of it all.
You're exactly right. We will be depleting the stream by pumping these augmentation wells. We have to include the pumping from these wells in our calculation of injury to the stream. So pumping the aug well will injure the stream, and we'll have to remedy that depletion into the future. There's a 17-year lag of depletions on Saguache Creek, and then subdistrict number 5 in our first loan application, we acquired surface water rights. Those surface water rights are enough to remedy our injury in dry years almost completely. So we won't be relying on these augmentation wells for all of our replacements. So that will kind of offset the lag depletions from the augmentation well. We also have to comply with the confined aquifer new use rules in the Rio Grande Basin. So we have to drill these wells at the right depth so that they're deeper than the alluvium right on Saguache Creek. So that will decrease the impact from the wells.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyone else? Rob?
Thanks. A big topic around the state is revegetation of dry up of irrigated lands. What requirements or will you have any for the lands that are dried up?
Do not have any requirements. The landowner has expressed interest in keeping the land and then doing some sort of development on the property going forward. We've been working with him on the first 3. We have as part of the purchase for those original 3 on the first loan, there's a dry up covenant, and that gives him 3 years and 18 inches of water over 3 years to establish some sort of cover crop. That's based on the CREP program that Subdistrict 1 uses.
Anybody else? I would just add that to Chris's point, it's not 1-for-1 on the pumping versus the depletion. There is a ratio, and it does, if you're not careful, it's a downward spiral, but I think I gotta hand it to Chris. He has worked, he's one of those guys that really works behind the scenes and is just constantly getting solutions and no praise for the work he does. And so I think you've got this is a really good plan for this sub-district. So anyway, are there any other comments or questions? Not, I'd entertain the motion for staff recommendation on agenda item 15A.
Oh, I'd move the staff recommendations for 15A.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Director Brody, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey folks, can you hear me okay? Great.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Joshua Godwin. I am with the finance section, and this is agenda item 16A, loan increase request for the water rights purchase for the Chinchera Groundwater Management Sub-District in Castilla County in the Rio Grande Basin. Project was initially to purchase 10 unconfined groundwater wells, but the increase will allow the sub-district to purchase 15 wells. This new loan will be in the amount of $3,080,000, and the loan rate will remain a blended 2.1% interest for a 30-year repayment. And my contact has been Monty Smith, the board's president, as well as Jason Lorenz, the engineer for the project. It's literally almost the same slide as the last time you guys saw this back in March. The only substantial change to this project are the number of wells being purchased. The seller, the location, and the cost per acre foot all remain the same. At the time the original loan was approved in March, the seller owned the land the 10 wells sat on, but not the remaining 5, which would have complicated the purchase had they been included. Since then, the seller has resolved that issue by purchasing the land. With these wells, the total consumptive use of the wells will be wells being purchased is 1,285 acre feet, which brings them to within 46% of their goal. Financials, the total project cost is going to be $3,250,000. Our loan is for $3,080,000 and $80,500. And with a 2.1 blended interest rate still, and they are a typical borrower for us. And the pledge of the collateral will remain the same as the pledge of revenues backed by rate covenant and the water rights being purchased. Here's the last slide. This is the staff recommendation, as you see in your board memo. Also, I do believe Jason Lorenz may be online to help answer any questions.
Thank you, Josh. Does anybody have any questions? I would just say same thing with the sub-districts, trying to actively take measures to mitigate some of those conditions to address what Director Ullman was talking about. This is another good project. So if there's no other comments or questions, I'd entertain a motion for agenda item 16A. Director Cloud's motion, is there a second? Director Brown, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kirk.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. This next agenda item number 17 is your highly likely to be your last viewing of the projects bill. The process that started back in September, Finance Committee, November's approval of the items, and then this is in the process, that last step. It allows us between November and January to make some tweaks if this board found it necessary at that November meeting, or there are things that pop up between that we realize that need to be added into this. And I'll highlight a couple items, not necessarily that they were a surprise, but that don't fall in line with the money side of things. The typical focus of the projects bill is projects and funding and source and the available money to fund them. This is a informational only item. We don't need any additional board approval here. This also allows me to provide you as board members that summary page behind this memo as an attachment that summarizes at a high level in case you're asked any questions in your basin, or if you're called upon to assist us at the hearings as they come up here in this session. The first page of the memo, the number 69 million is a lot of times touted as water project bill magnitude. In previous years, I mean, it can fluctuate from 200 million to as little as 10, 15 million. But when we add up all of the appropriations in here, it's about 69 million. That does include the 29 million of appropriation that we need the board to approve for, or the legislature to approve for water plan grants. And so that's not an impact to the construction fund or severance tax, but that is also included in there. And just a reminder, back in July of 2024, the board approved a loan up to $10 million because that's all the board could approve for that Park Creek expansion project, which is letter P on your list. And that was because we didn't have the ability to loan them anymore, and they really needed to continue their project along, knowing that this board, not knowing, but assuming this board would put this in the projects bill and it would be included so that we can get them up to what they need, which is 12.978 million. We will amend the contract if the legislature approves that additional money. So that's not a direct impact to the program because we've already approved up to 10. So it's really only 2.978 in addition to what we've already done. So with that, I want to just walk through real quick the summary. Again, I put preliminary across it because this is the options of the sponsor, and we assume this will go through the Senate Ag, and it's the chair of that Senate Ag, Senator Roberts. And so we will be either meeting with them if he's got any questions to go through this, and this will go to the drafter here probably shortly. You can see the highlights on the right, and I don't mind you calling out errors or assumptions that maybe would improve this document. But going through this, the first page is pretty straightforward. Many items that are a continuation of the board's efforts. Page number 3, again, many of the same statewide impacts, non-reimbursable investment, which is indicating that it's internal program or effort that CWCB is wanting to continue to do. When you get to the top of page 4, this is where we're a little bit different than this year than in past. You can see that the top of the page says projects bill grants. That's the external requests, and you can see them listed. One interesting note or a slight change from when we've presented this in the past, it wouldn't have an impact to this board, but the retirement of that irrigated acreage that Nate talked about earlier, that's $6 million. The district has had some complications with Tabor issues, and they've asked us to directly contract with landowners, and we've worked through some details, and so I think we'll take that on internal. So it will still be the mission of drying up this agricultural land on behalf of the district, but we'll do it a little bit different. It won't just allow us to give money to the district. We'll take care of this internally. And you can see the loan above 10 million is the last item. Then the additional item that we put in here is a statute cleanup item, and we typically take care of this in the project's bill somewhat after the fact because it's not a money impact issue. And that last item, section R, the technical statute change, is stuff that just cleans up, makes things more efficient within the statute for CWCB to do what the intent is. And so if you got any additional questions on that, I can have Sarah Chapa come up and ask or answer any questions you might have on that. But with that, be happy to take any questions.
All right, does anybody have any questions on the projects bill? I think we're good.
Very good.
Thank you, Kirk. Appreciate it. All right, Josh.
Okay, so last presentation was probably the shortest one I've ever given, and this will be the longest one I've ever given. All right. So again, for the record, my name is Joshua Godwin, Finance Section Staff. This is agenda item 18, a non-action item. Typically, I am the harbinger of bad news for you guys with a flood, landslide, sinkholes, ditch breach, and siphon blowouts. And we'll have another siphon blowout actually next March. And I asked if I could deliver some good news for him once, and then Kirk told me to no, walk it off. Yeah. So what I could do is I could dust off the construction report that was last presented in 2014, which, by the way, Director McLeod was on the board at the time, so he's the only one that is actually allowed to judge my presentation. I want to give you a sense of the magnitude of these projects and the change they bring to their communities. I try to figure out what's a good way to provide the presentation. We've had over 100 projects that have been improved since 2014, and I want to keep it relevant to you all. So since this is Director Brown and Director Brody's last meeting, it seemed appropriate to only select from projects since they have started on the board in 2019, which narrows it down to only 89 projects. Further narrowed it down by focusing on projects that are complete or nearly complete. 2019, you can see that we've had 89 projects and you have approved over $500 million in loans. 29 of those projects have relations to the reservoirs and dams, 23 ditch rehabilitation and piping, 15 diversion structures, 18 water rights augmentation and water delivery, and 4 hydroelectric. Jason Ullman mentioned an embarrassment of riches earlier, and that's exactly how I described when I was putting this together, how it feels. We have so many projects that each deserve their own presentation. Each star represents a project location that we're looking at today. Some of the projects are so close, those star represents multiple projects. I say this because I suspect there will be some fact checking. I'm looking at you, Commissioner Director Sakata. You guys may remember the Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company. This is the ditch breach that happened back in May of 2023. I actually measured the height of it, or we measured the height of it is around 42 feet, which at the time made it the 8th largest waterfall in Colorado. Rehabilitation was actually completed in November 2020. That's a mistake, it's actually 2023. Again, some more pictures from that exact same ditch breach. Like today, nope, that's not it. That's something else. Here's what it looks like today. It's actually, so you can see it actually, they've done a great job. They've rescaped, re-landscaped everything. They've lined the ditch with concrete and a geosynthetic liner. That's a highly technical pieces of wood there to keep the cows out. Remember the sinkholes and back at East Mesa. This was actually a pretty quick project. We jumped, we kind of shortcutted a lot of our how we operate and jumped out there immediately 24 hours later. Got this approved. Well, it was the September board meeting. And then soon thereafter, we have the same sinkholes. This is what it looks like today. You can't even tell where they used to be. My projects, as Cole had mentioned, so I'm pointing out the Pioneer Reservoir, a 2,000 acre-foot reservoir as used to augment depletions caused by groundwater pumping. Zach actually attended the first filling. He's very dedicated. He's camped out there for 3 weeks while it's slowly filled. And as it's being filled, it looks like mud is actually running water. This was already 150 megs. I didn't think adding a video would help. It's like when it's full. It has quickly become obvious to us that each of the basins have their own characteristics, the things that they focus on, the things that are important to them. I'm not going to highlight every basin, but I'm pointing out right here that 9 of the 15 diversion projects that we've done over the past 6 years are in the South Platte. It is something that's been important to them. It's something that we have been able to partner with them on. Just thought that was pretty interesting. And then also, as it comes as no surprise, that the Rio Grande, the water purchases, the augmentation pipelines, 6 projects. This is one of the ones we kind of combine locations on, but almost $17 million. And that does not include what we did today. It does not include that at all. Person, in case you guys couldn't tell. But this project right here, this one is, it's impossible not to feel something when you see how far they've come. They've taken a dangerous low head diversion dam, and without losing function, they have completely transformed it into a water recreational park. This is the Pueblo Waterworks. Every time I visit the site with Seth Clayton or with Scott Burbridge, you can hear the absolute pride in their voice as they talk about what this has done for the community. This has become a focal point as opposed to something to avoid. It's something that's scary. It's become a focal point. You will see this is meant for recreation. You see folks fishing here. You see people paddleboarding. You see people in boats, boat passages, and tubing down. I think Seth actually rode down that in a tube with the snow, but not recently. We have a overhead view of this is actually where the boat passage is, and you can see if you look just next to each of the drops, you can see this is a dark outline what that is the fish passage. And what happens even in the lowest flows, that may still, if there's going to be any flow at all, that in the invert of those fish passages is still such that the fish can migrate up and down, which is the first time that's going to be probably happening in over half a century. Photos of this. Let's get a chance to go out here during when we do the board meeting in the Arkansas Basin. Another low head diversion dam. This is another real victory. It's a Matt's project. 5 loans, or so 5 grants provided along with the loan. It's a real success story. It's removed a dangerous low head dam, enhanced aquatic habitat. It provided connectivity. Thank you. Connectivity on the stream for fish migration. And then this is what it looks like today. More. Springs, pretreatment improvement. This is a wildfire impact loan. If you remember, we had the Ridgeway disaster impact loan. This is kind of the same mechanism. It was spurred by the Grizzly Creek fire, burned to 32,000 acres immediately upstream of Glenwood Springs. The entire watershed kind of flowed into this area. The Governor Polis sent out Executive Order D 2020 187 to help provide, again, that allows us to access that water impact loan. And what happened was they needed that because the impact that would happen, the sediment load was expected to be much greater in the next 2 to 3 years after the fire had occurred. And so they went and started providing some sort of mitigated efforts to their intake. And there's no awesome pictures when it's done because everything's underground. So here's during construction. Wildfire impact loan. It's the tunnel owner company that had gate improvements. The Cameron Peak fire is what spurred on the Executive Order 2020-208. Again, expecting significant debris, and they installed this massive trash rack. City and Grand Valley Water User Association combined loans for the Vinelands power plant. This involved a water plan grant, a species conservation trust fund grant, and our loan. But the loan was split between the 2 organizations. It was taken from Excel. Its power plant was taken from Excel. It was a deteriorating facility that's from the 1930s, but it sits atop the 15-mile reach. It is a senior calling right up to Shoshone. Generates power and provides a lot of ESA, Environmental Species Act, I think, endangered, there we go. Protection for the 4 major fish species in the area. Elephant buttress, you guys just approved this a few months ago. Significant rockfall, if you guys recall, threatened damage to the transmission and repair. And then here already, it looks like this. This is already, it's amazing. It's pretty much done. It's just a quick turnaround, but it still makes all the difference to this company and this community. Hey, remember the Oxford Farmer siphon? They had 4 blowouts in 2023. Repaired a lot of them themselves, and they needed some actual fix between the 2023 and 2024 irrigation seasons. So they came to us for a loan. They got a cure in place liner, which is very interesting. They went out and sandblasted everything, cleaned out the entire pipe, and they just sprayed on. They put this matrix on to allow for the liner to adhere to, and they sprayed it on, and they were doing 100 feet a day, which took a while, but they were. If you saw them, you could see how much progress is being made day to day. And then I can't say this is how it looks today, but that's all I got. Basically, at the end, it's kind of a boring picture, but that's good. That's what you want from a siphon. For the project, no, this is a major diverter off the South Platte, 11,000 acre feet a year. The measurement flume, as you can see, was deteriorating. It had scour, possibly water bypassing it recently, and here we are today. This makes these folks. Goose Tarn Pasture, I'm not sure if you guys remember, it's a little bit a little bit ago. Coal project. This is a dam that is right there next to houses, and the next slide will show that. The dam restriction was reduced storage from, well, you can see 568 acre feet to almost half. Today as it is, you can see how close the construction had to come. You see houses that are just feet away from the river, just downstream of it, and they were operating within a very tight margin. The next three are not complete, but I wanted to give you a snippet of what's going to come, what we're working on today, what's going to happen, and what's important going on. We have the Ridgeway diversion, as you guys recall. This was a disaster impact loan that was back in November. And the governor declared disaster, and they're already sending out the RFP, the request for proposal, this month. This is still January, this month, and trying to get a move on the project. Similarly with Crawford, that landslide we mentioned, that's currently in design, but I'm just, again, refreshing your memories so that way when we come back next year, I can show you what's been done. As the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District, the turbine refurbishment, they're already halfway through the project. We approved this, or you guys approved this in September, and already December it was removed. I got to be there as they hauled it off to be refurbished in a special facility. Presentation has been a group effort. I'm just the lucky one who gets to present on it. And the projects aren't always just finance team. It's a collaborative effort with the whole agency, honestly. It's not just us. Something else I didn't cover is a lot of these projects are funded with combined funding from the WSRF for the water plan grants, and some federal matching sometimes. That's all I have, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. It's good to see what's happening. Yeah, I mean, it's always a refresher to know that we don't just sit here for nothing. So that's good. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Director.
Thank you for doing that for us outgoing board members. That was good. Thanks.
You're very welcome.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate the work on that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Before we recess, we're going to have Director Brown. She is going to try to sneak out of here without giving a report, and we're not going to allow it. So we're going to have her to give her director's report here before we recess for the day.
Nothing like giving your director's report when you didn't prepare one. So
it's not like we can fire you.
yeah. What are you going to do about it? Well, I just had a minute to think about it. So I want to read you something, and then I'll say my thank yous. So I like to read a blog called The Marginalian, which is written by Maria Popova. And she says this: we forget that none of this had to exist, that we weren't owed mountains and music by the universe. And maybe we have to forget, or we would be too stupefied with gratitude for every raindrop and every eyelash to get through the daily tasks, punctuating the unbidden wonder of our lives. But it is good, every once in a while, to let ourselves be stupefied by gratitude, to cast upon ourselves a spell against indifference by moving through the world with an inner bow at every littlest thing that prevailed over the odds of otherwise in order to exist. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you and to the other board members that I was privileged to serve with, and to the staff, which has gone over many iterations in my time here. The professionalism and the emotional dedication and labor that all of you put into your work at this agency is beyond impressive. And I will miss you all dearly, but I do believe in a peaceful transfer of power, so I will go. And I think it's important for new blood to be infused here at the table. So while I leave with a bit of a heavy heart, I will have all of this time in my life to do other things and to remember, you know, why it is we volunteer for this high paying job. And I just really appreciate everybody. And I'm really grateful that I get to live in the Yampa White Green Basin. There's a lot of really passionate individuals that live there and many that have moved there from Denver and in the water world. So I get to share that valley with all sorts of new people now. And yeah, I'll be around. So I'm not going to cry. I don't think. I thought maybe I would, but I'm not crying. So farewell and thank you very much.
Brown, we want you to know you're going to be missed, you and the rest of the cohort. We appreciate it. So, does anybody have any questions? This is your last chance. Don't hold back.
So I got to meet Director Brown, Jackie, at our confirmation hearing almost 6 years ago, where we sat around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the hearing to start. And then I had to go before the hearing actually got started because I was doing another public hearing. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to serve alongside you. I really, in particular, admire the grace and leadership that you showed as board chair during some pretty difficult conversations over the last, well, many years, but, you know, whether it was system conservation pilot or demand management or other things that we've had to wrestle with as a board. I've always appreciated your thoughtfulness and your perspective and your grace. And I've also enjoyed sharing all kinds of stories and challenges and ideas about parenting teenage boys. This 6 years goes fast at this stage in our lives, but when you think about it in kid time, you know, our sons were little boys when we joined this board, and now they're going to be off to high school. So it's been a great ride to be on this journey with you.
Likewise.
Thank you. Anyone else? I just want to say I appreciate it. I've always been impressed by the intelligence you've brought to the questions, to the comments, and to the discussions. I get a little flippant. People think I'm not serious, but I want you to know I seriously do appreciate the leadership that you showed. This is a good example. So thank you. All right. We'll take a recess till tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.